Bismillah, bonjour mesdames et messieurs. Donc c'est un plaisir de partager avec vous quelques moments avec d'éminents spécialistes qui nous ont fait l'honneur d'être avec nous. Donc la thématique de ce panel va être autour du financement du préscolaire, gouvernance et équité. Et comme vous le savez tous, l'éducation de la petite enfance n'est plus seulement un sujet pédagogique, c'est aujourd'hui un investissement stratégique pour la société, à la croisée des politiques sociales, éducatives et budgétaires, avec des effets déterminants sur la réduction des inégalités et le développement à long terme de nos sociétés. Alors pour en débattre, nous avons le plaisir et le privilège de réunir des experts internationaux, avec aussi un grand expert national, c'est CSEFRS, qui vont apporter des regards complémentaires à la fois à l'échelle stratégique, analytique et opérationnelle. Alors, nous allons avoir avec nous au départ Saïd Ziyen, qui est un pilier de l'initiative nationale de développement et qui est très actif dans particulièrement le pilotage du préscolaire, bien sûr, à côté du ministère de l'Éducation et d'autres acteurs. Alors après, nous aurons le plaisir également d'écouter Madame Divya Lata, qui est experte technique en éducation de la petite enfance à l'UNICEF, au sein de la division Programme Éducation. Son expérience couvre aussi bien l'élaboration de stratégies globales que l'accompagnement des pays de politiques intégrées liant éducation, protection sociale, santé et développement de l'enfant. Elle nous rappellera pourquoi investir tôt est l'un des leviers les plus puissants pour bâtir les systèmes éducatifs les plus justes et les plus résilients. Nous aurons ensuite le plaisir d'écouter l'intervention de Monsieur Christian Morabitou, mais à distance, donc il va se connecter et on va l'écouter. Il est expert international basé en Belgique, spécialisé dans les inégalités intergénérationnelles et l'éducation. Ses travaux portent sur les arbitrages complexes entre équité, qualité et
and the financial support. Sorry for those who are listening to English interpretation. We had technical problems. Thank you. And we were working towards the protection of early childhood, and we will have an analytic lecture to guarantee the learning, equitable learning without compromising the credibility of our systems. And we're also going to listen to Deborah Mikeson. She is the main specialist in the World Bank group, and she has been working there for numerous years. And she implements the regulations in the education systems, and her specialization is about the sustainable financing and the public politics impact and on the international level, and the quality, where the quality is accessible for everyone. And these are dear experts and panelists. Thank you for being here, and thank you for providing and dedicating the time to share your knowledge. And we will listen to all our panelists in each for 15 minutes each, and then we will move to the debates and Q&As. So we are going to dedicate time for the participants to interact and ask questions. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for this a very interesting initiative and very important for our educational system is in general and our economical and social systems. And we are very happy to be in the heart of this very major institutions, which is the High Council of Education, Formation and Scientific Research. And I have the honor to be a member of this institution as well. And without any further ado, I will give the floor to Mr. Said Ziad. Please present yourself in 2 minutes, and then you can do presentations. The presentation will be in French as well as in English, and please do not hesitate to use your headsets for those who wants to listen to the translation. Mr. Said, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, everyone, Madam President, and to everyone due diligence. I will present myself. I am Said Zian, the director of the POL, and I am information engineer and specialized in territorial administration to integrate central services, and I have more than 30 years of experience. And it's been 19 years since I had my formation training in engineering strategies. When it comes to education, especially the preschool education, my presentation will be about 2 parts. First part, I will seize the opportunity to talk about the project, the INDH that has been launched in 2005. As you can see, the INDH has launched in 18 May 2005 the project under His Majesty's guidance. It's a societal project of our country, and this project is both economic and structural, and and we've been interested since then in the well-being of our society, and and we know that the characteristics of our society requires this sample and requires that we improve our systems and economic and societal norms. And my speech right now is directed to the participants, and His Majesty directed this speech in the 18th of May, launching the preschool programs the first edition of this INDH in Skhirat. Also, this speech was the inaugurational speech. The INDH is a program that is executed on 3 stages. We are in the 3rd phase. From the first phase, it's from 2005 and 2010, 2011, 2018. We had access to social services and the bases, and we implemented this program on a territorial level, and from 2019 and 2023 we have developed the human capital and the growing generations, and we talked about and we tackled many aspects, poverty and economic and social problems that our community is facing. And for the first time, our country was ranked one of with the main countries when it comes to social development, human rights development. The INDH is a dynamic and political regulations that makes the human capital in its heart, and the governmental program has the in its priorities the education, healthcare, and other ministries. And one of the main axes or the main pillars that we're focusing on is the education and healthcare, and our strategy is purely structural, and because the indicators are more that we have are in the rural areas, that shows the results are in the rural areas. We are in a phase where we do our research on the young or early childhood, and we also have a category about young people, teenagers, and we want to include them and make them a contributor in their economic social environment. And on the in provinces, we have in each territory we have an address for the young people to benefit from a orientations and the orientation services to insert them in the economic life, and to have the cooperative institutions that are considered one of the main pillars of implementing these programs. The healthcare and education is one of the cases and one of the fields that holds the development of human capitals and human rights. We are making more efforts for education and for the first acts, we have the early childhood, and there we have children and adolescents or teenagers, and we have other categories that depending on the age range. And I will not take any longer. We'll talk in our constitution. We have the right to schooling. And we tried to mix all of the three points that we have in our constitutions: the 2011 right to access education, modern education, and the 5117 that it is related to educational systems and the training and research, scientific research, and also the 15921 law. I just want to note that this our offer of a preschool is first we have this available offer, and we also have complementary services that focalize on urban areas. So this challenge is a response to the needs of the rural areas, of people in the rural areas. And in the third phase, we had the unity that is created in the rural areas. And the first 2 years of functioning of work has underlined in the INDH that we have answered many questions, and the quality of the offer. The Secretary General of the Council has given us all the support that we need. Everything that we do today is supported by the Department of Regulation. We were privileged and we were honored not only as an administration to work with, but also with the savoir-faire or the experiences that we had. And we identified certain foundations such as Zagora or in the edge. And we to manage the preschool programs. The curriculums have been assessed and evaluated, and the human resources also integrated in these programs implementation. And this we of course work in partnership with other foundations, and we have a follow-up assessment in the INDH, especially in the rural areas. The preschool is an event that we actually do, is to raise awareness, community awareness, and the question about these matters of preschool and the importance. Of course, it's an event that is also considered a part of our pedagogy. We have 2 partner foundations that have been validated by the foundation, which is recruiting and services. The unities that we are standardizing today is we have a unified list of equipments that is specific to a level, and we have a pre-scholar chart, and we have also the standardized cost of the functioning index. And the other phase in 2019 was the start of this program implementation. The objective was to have 1,200 up deployed in 2009, and we also have the exploitation of the existing locations and the assessments of this approach and the assessment of it. And today the objective, I will say it, once we have the results, is has reached 100%. It's And I thank everyone for their engagement and for mobilizing their efforts. It's of course it is secured in our department and also in the Ministry of National Education, and everyone is helping, and the costs are standardized and determined. Today, not only we have transferred these tariffs to the stakeholders that we have today with us. On a territorial levels, the data that has been given, we have a territorial diagnosis. It's a need, the number of children, and we need at least 20 names because governing this program on the NDAH, we have local committees that have a headquarter in the rural areas. This decision is unanimous, that has been done on each territory. And of course, that goes back to the initial phase, which is the provincial or the region on the regional level. Of course, we realize and we implement these programs according to the statistics that has been collected and the data that has been collected by the local committees. Please be quick. Okay. And then once we achieve the data and we have the data collected, we give them to these unities on the preschooler unities. We have a time that is dedicated to assessments. Of course, today we have a model for questions, and we have a model that has been developed for the assessment of children's skills, and with the support of the international, the World Bank, and also the support of GPAL, the laboratory of evaluation of impact or assessment impact, for a real assessment impact evaluation. We have surpassed 10,000 unities of educators, coaches, and 80% of which are women, and we have 50% of girls that are also has been integrated to schools, and we have an equivalent of 3,000 pedagogy, 3,000 pedagogy in the rural areas in 2017-2018. As you can see in the chart, the numbers are updated, and we have reached 75.6% in the rural area. I will finish with this is my last slide, and the cost of equipment, we have 25,000 dirhams, and the cost of annual functioning or employees is 3,000 dirhams. It includes salaries, social charges, and the fees of operation management, and the quote part training and coaching, and of course other fees. And to conclude, the INDH has partnerships with institutions, of course, Moroccan institutions, and the key factor here is to have a multi-sectorial approach, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, because it's a common interest that we have today, the preschool, that we need to adapt it to the financing, and this sector is the real contribution of our human development success, and we thank all the partners for their support to this experience. Other challenges is to generalize, but however there's always a hard aspects, hard points to tackle. These are questions that has to do with the public power, and we are thinking about doing a research to study models that we can develop and to share perspectives. We have 5 set partners or ministries. We're ambitious to work towards the best interests of our country, and the public power is the factor. Of course, we need the financing. However, we need the will to generalize this benefit. The today's results or achievements, we're thinking about studies with the World Bank to find other content and other tools to implement other programs and pedagogies to improve the already existing preschool system. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you, and I am ready to answer all of your questions. Thank you so much for your thank you for this intervention, and I would say bravo to the good job to the INDH group and the entire team, and it's an initiative, it's a national initiative that has been inspired by his guidance and the orientation of His Majesty King Mohammed VI to generalize an improved preschooler system, and to have a partnership with the multi-sectorial departments, and to organize and to implement these programs to benefit all the stakeholders. Of course, we have challenges. There is challenges. However, there will be dealt with and resolved. And thank you once again, Mr. Said Zian. I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Madame Meixel. The real question is not why invest, however, how to smartly, sustainably, and equitably invest. Madame Meixel will. You've been accompanying numerous countries for many years, and numerous countries, including Morocco. You have an ambitious vision to implement the best preschool systems in the educational system of countries. And of course, as the previous speaker mentioned, we have to ask sensitive questions. We have serious challenges to tackle. And you are a citizen of Rabat. More than 12 years you have lived here, and you worked with the World Bank to how to grow up, not only how to grow up, however, how to grow up in a better society. The floor is yours. Thank you for the translators that are behind the committee, and thank you for all the team, the council team. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I thank the Council for this opportunity to be here in front of you. I am extremely happy to participate, and I will now switch to English, and please excuse my poor French accent.
In addition to the remarkable progress of Morocco's preschool journey that has been so eloquently presented by Ciziane, I will touch on some key lessons from the World Bank experience working to support Morocco, as well as key lessons from other countries. I will also share some preliminary analysis that looks at the cost effectiveness of the early childhood education reform in Morocco, which I just would like to remind you has not yet been published. So you are one of the first to hear about this analysis. I'll also draw on, of course, the global lessons from other countries that can help guide recommendations for the future. So Morocco's story really needs no introduction, and after the intervention, I will just mention a few things. It's one of the fastest expansions in the world. It's backed by strong political support, substantial and consistent financing, and of course, robust multi-sectoral coordination. These are very key elements to the success of the reform. Preschool can play a powerful equalizing role by giving children from less advantaged households the early foundations they need to succeed once they enter primary school. So in that sense, I just want to draw your attention to the above average child outcomes that were observed in the Melco report that we discussed yesterday as a really encouraging sign that the system is building real capacity to deliver quality at scale. At the same time, while the results may not reflect all of the strong progress as we would hope, it is important to interpret them in light of the reform's success in expanding access. As we all know, as coverage increases, a larger share of children from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds enter preschool. These are children who often start with fewer learning opportunities at home. This lowers average performance in the short term, even while the system is progressively improving. In the long run, though, this is precisely where the reform's value lies, by ensuring more vulnerable children gain access to quality preschool. And the system will continue to progressively reduce those early learning gaps and strengthen equity across all of education. The evolution of the national model of quality preschool has evolved as it's expanded, and we're now at a phase where, in addition, Morocco is introducing rigorous quality assurance mechanisms. These are still under development, and the tools were just 2 weeks ago. There was a training for preschool foundations to look at implementing the quality assurance, some of the tools. Using the data helps to identify bottlenecks, and it helps to refine implementation. So, as I mentioned, I'll be presenting some preliminary results on a cost effectiveness analysis. And the reason we wanted to look at cost effectiveness is there is no magic financing percentage of expenditure or percentage of GDP that guarantees success of the impact of preschool service delivery. A cost effectiveness analysis is therefore a pretty good benchmark for us to look at. The World Bank, with Dr. Lucy Sabin, conducted this analysis last year to better give us a sense of the costs vis-a-vis what we estimate the benefits to be. It doesn't matter how much a country spends on preschool education or education in general if that is not an effective use of the resources. For an additional 22.5 billion Moroccan dirham over 10 years, mind you, 4.5 million additional children are enrolled. Our estimates also show that there are savings from these costs based on the avoidance of future repetition and a reduction of future dropout. The bank uses a measurement, an indicator called learning adjusted years of schooling. It's a little technical, so I'll leave the slides with you all to explore as you wish, but in very basic terms, the analysis means that it combines not only the years, the number of years schooling is completed, but the quality of the schooling that the child has completed. And it's important because it's not just the amount of time a child is in school, it's the quality of what they learn. And that's at the core of Morocco's reform. Here I show you the complicated mathematical equation, but in the good way of explaining, it's that Morocco's preschool expansion will yield nearly 3 additional years of learning for Morocco's children. As I mentioned before, we often compare to other countries. There are several research studies that have looked at pre-primary and early childhood development through some rigorous impact evaluations. And this cost-benefit analysis places the Moroccan reform among some of the best interventions, generating the highest number of extra learning per eligible child. These benefits, as I mentioned, I just wanted to point out, are not only the increase in enrollment rate of children, but also the transition from non-structured preschool education to public preschool education and providing a service to students who may not have been able to afford preschool before. The model also that we have been using predicts a decreased repetition rate in primary and a decreased dropout rate as well. And these are huge savings for the government as they continue to invest in the quality of education. Benefits will also accrue throughout basic education as well as beyond. And there is some body of research that has demonstrated preschool impact later in life on earnings. And we heard a little bit about that yesterday on Jamaica. I just want to point out as well that the evolution of the structure of the expenditure is an important aspect for us to evaluate effectiveness because it helps us understand, is this reform, are these interventions sustainable? I realize that some of the actual cost numbers may not be exact. It depends on what data you're looking at. But I just want you to look at the trend on the graph because that is rather clear. The biggest lever for learning will continue to be the workforce. It will be the biggest expenditure category going forward. So you can see here that the evolution of the expenditure, the gray line of personnel, crosses around 2023, and infrastructure starts to decline because the expectation is that you move from a logic of investment, significant infrastructure investment, to one of sustaining the reform with the operational and personnel requirements that you need. So now on some global lessons. I think the key thing is that we can look at how other countries are doing things, but Morocco has already been inspired by a lot of international evidence. There's always room for improvement, And I think in some ways Morocco is able to showcase some of the better lessons that I include in this part of the presentation. The first lesson is on partnerships. We are always stronger together, and a regulated mixed market of public-private partnerships can expand access quickly without sacrificing quality if that public financing is paired with clear standards and strong inspections. So for those examples of I chose today are New Zealand and Guangxi, China. So for New Zealand, they chose a subsidy policy that supports non-state provision. They used not just one model, though. They used over 10 different types of models. This diversity of provision allows them to have, I think, almost, by now, I think 2019, it was like 70%, but it's now 95% of children attending preschool. The money follows quality and equity because the subsidies are tied to licensing and teacher qualifications with extra support for disadvantaged and remote communities. In addition, there is strong quality assurance, but that quality assurance that has regular external reviews has some flexibility built in to be able to accommodate the different diverse types of provision. In China, in the Guangxi province, the government had chosen to incentivize private provision, but they wanted to make sure they didn't forget about equity. So the local governments provide the land, school facilities, and the private providers operate the kindergartens. But the subsidies are given to through the municipality, looking at the types of students that are being supported. This helps keep the services affordable and inclusive. In addition, the kindergartens operated by the private sector are subject to regulation with fee caps. So that ensures that the kindergartens remain aligned with public objectives of affordability. Second lesson is to diversify and the way we deliver to the students that we consider the last mile. These are the hard to reach areas, the hard to reach and vulnerable communities. And reaching these families will require an alternative delivery system. Things like mobile services, repurposing community spaces, looking at home or small group settings or play groups, anything to extend quality access to a preschool experience. I'm going to look at Serbia and Uzbekistan to show how they were able to do this. For Serbia, the municipal grants provided flexible infrastructure in disadvantaged areas. They were looking at approaches that could work depending on the community. Adapting these programs for local communities and accounting for the constraints in those communities ensured that the services were adequate and were appropriate for the conditions. The focus for Serbia has always been on equipping quality educators with innovative training, mentoring, and resources. In Uzbekistan, they also introduced a diverse types of community-based models. They looked at a different kind of preschool for the rural areas versus their urban models. They focused on outreach and one-stop service centers, something similar to what we're looking at for Preschool Plus here in Morocco, but also thinking about what other kinds of mobile preschool options could be available. I had worked on a project in Mongolia a few years ago where they were able to deliver preschool in the summers through a mobile teacher who would travel to it's a very nomadic country, and able to deliver the same kind of preschool in, I'd say, 7 or 8 weeks that students often received in 6 to 7 months. So sometimes it's the quality of the intervention and not the quantity of the intervention. The next area is on building systems for continuous quality improvement. Flexible and simple ratings are needed for assuring the quality of preschool. But assessment just for assessment or purpose has to be without penalty. It's more important that the labels motivate providers and families, but they work with those providers and families at continuous coaching, feedback, and targeted support. Jamaica does this very well and looks at ways to give centers the information, the timeline, the action plan they need to actually improve. The supportive approach is what enables the quality to be sustained. The United States as well similarly does an assessment using a star rating like you do in restaurants and hotels, and that allows for transparency of the services and a way to continue to monitor without punishment by providing additional support based on the realities. 4 minutes, okay. So the last example I wanted to give is Peru. And Peru is basically the perfect storm because its experience focuses on the system-wide reforms and improvements across the entire education sector. And this is significant because it allows for improved quality because school in itself will not be enough. Outreach to communities, parental engagement, reforms on teacher career, reforms on equity and targeting. All of these experiences are what enabled Peru to significantly increase at scale preschool and improve the quality of basic education. This slide will show you what that actually means. So in 1995, the data shows severe inefficiencies. Enrollment in early grades exceeds the age-appropriate population. So it shows that students are showing up at school later than they should, and they're repeating grades, followed by later in the cycle, near grades 5 and 6, a higher drop-off. In 2015, the system is now showing a normalized approach, and enrollment matches the population at each grade, which indicates that everything is on track. These system-wide reforms had greater impact because ultimately we're looking at ways to ensure our children continue to receive the best education possible. So what can we learn from these international comparisons to inform future efforts in Morocco? We also can ask, what can we learn from Morocco to inform future efforts in many other countries that are looking for opportunities to expand with scale and with quality? So just a few points. We need to invest in the workforce as the main lever for quality and for sustainability. We need to scale access and quality together, early and deliberately. We need to use quality assurance as an improvement engine, not as a control mechanism. Differentiate service models is important for reaching the last mile. And we also learned that leveraging partnerships with clear rules and accountability allows us to do much more with limited resources. Finally, I would advocate that we integrate all of these early childhood education reforms with our early primary reforms, as well as the system-wide policies. If we align the preschool with the grades 1 and 2 pedagogy, with our teacher policies and data systems, it will multiply the impact and improve efficiency across the education system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madame Michael, pour ce tour du monde.
Thank you for this world tour and for sharing all of these experiences. Thank you for your intervention. We also thank the World Bank for all it does for the preschool education and reforms. And later on, you will receive some questions from the audience. Mr. Murabitu is already connected to us. Good morning and welcome here with us. And we thank you very much for being here with us and for sharing your knowledge. We are talking about referring, about monitoring, about assessing, as you think of as a serious dilemma. We are talking about preschool inequities and the territorialization of preschool. You have talked a lot about early childhood and how it is difficult to balance between equality, sustainability, and other factors. Please go ahead to explain to us this dilemma and what are the choices that we should take in public policies. You have 15 minutes. I will give you a sign when there are 3 minutes left.
Thank you so much. I am sorry for my internet connection, and I am from. I have the case of Uzbekistan. However, I need to verify if you see my presentation, and I would be speaking in English because my presentation is in English. We have simultaneous translation if you need it. I don't speak Uzbek. As you can see the presentation, yes, we can see the presentations, we can see the slides.
Talk about the connections between financing, equity, and quality, or this trilemma. So first, I would like to, remind some concepts. So there's not, I think we discussed already, you perfectly know the relevance of early years as a critical period for a number of competence and skills development. We have, as you might see in this slide, the work that's been done on brain development and importance of the early year for brain development. Apart from cognitive skills, we know that this period is crucial for social-emotional skills, which is problem solving, sociability, cooperation, management, stress management, motivation, adaptation, all the skills that we know will be fundamental for the future, because the future labor market will be composed by jobs that don't yet exist. So one of the main skills that the children might have in order to enter the labor market in the future would be precisely to be able to adapt. So we know that, science tells us that this kind of skills start years, but so are inequalities. As was mentioned by colleague before, we have already at age 3 different in learning and competencies in respect of. We know, for instance, that children with parents that are like in high income position and high education level, for instance, know much more words than those in low socioeconomic conditions. This is an example, but we have other example in other competencies fields, if you want. So this is the formation of inequalities at that age is, basically creates what we call the intergenerational transmission of inequalities, because the gap that accumulates during the first years, it will maintain in the future when the children will become adults, and the learning gap will be transformed in an employment gap, lower earnings gap, and so we will basically perpetrate the of this social justice, because the people can feel the injustice of being, if you want, in disadvantage because they were born and grow up in the wrong place, basically, a wrong situation. This, of course, create issues in stability, social cohesion, because it creates discontent, and this is bad for the economy because you prevent potential talents to emerge because of their inheritance. So we know that early childhood care and education policies are potential equalizers. So, I will not spend much time on that because the time is limited. We have proof of the equalizing power of early childhood care and education. There's a study that I actually did looking at the European student at age 15 and seeing that those coming from low socioeconomic status, that they participate to early childhood care and education programs, they were able to reach the same level as the more fortunate peer at age 15 on PISA test in mathematics and reading. That's one of the examples, but there are many studies now underlining the equalizing effects of early childhood care and education. Now, the problem is, if you look at the scenario of the SDG 4.2, which is that related to access to early childhood care and education, you will see that apart from some region in the world, specifically Europe, when the preschool education reached more or less 90%, and in Latin America, where there have been incredible progress, notably in countries like Chile, Brazil, Mexico, etc., we still have issues in terms of attendance, especially in the Northern African part and also in the Southern African part and sometimes in the South Asia. So at the global level, we have a gloomy scenario in terms of access. But what is more important to underline is that, as we said, children in social economic disadvantage are those that may have more gaps in terms of early learning, are those that will benefit more from accessing the service, but are also those that benefit actually less in access. This is a graph that we did for attendance in early childhood care education program below age 3 in Europe, because in Europe, as I said, the pre-primary, so the 3 to 6 years old, is more or less universal, guaranteed. So the problem that we have in Europe is 0 to 3. You will see this across Europe, that the blue line is the children from highest social economic status, and they have more or less 60%, more than 60% attendance to early childhood care and education, while, consider that in Europe, for 0 to 3 years old, the target is 50%, so much above, while those at the lowest, at the bottom of the social economic scale, have basically half of that percentage in terms of access. So Poorer children access less. But what is the problem here? So we're talking about finance, and I come to the trilemma. So I wanted to talk about that before, because then I have to come to the trilemma. So the trilemma is, of course, referred to financing, as it was also outlined before, so that the size of the financing, which unfortunately remain limited in many countries, but also the distribution of financing. So if you have a limited resources, a country, a region, a municipality, a local authority might decide either to do a program or not, so to have a service. If I do, to privilege equity, so ensure that the service costs as less as possible, so to allow children in low economic or special needs, for instance, that they have other needs and there's other cost for them as well. So you can choose that. That's a second dilemma. Or, and that's a third dilemma, quality. So if you have limited resources, you might choose to either privilege equity or quality, which has a cost, of course. So the problem, what are the implications in terms of equity? So the overall supply remain limited, but the problem is that you face territorial inequalities. As a result, territories where the parents can afford fees, for instance, even in public system, are those where the services are more concentrated. Local authorities that they have more budget, for instance, they might, invest more and therefore increase the services. When you have private providers, if mainly for profit, want to envisage to invest in poorer area, because even when the governments support them, because there's could be risk of financial viability. Remember that you have 20% of supplies in Morocco. You might have higher cost in area in which children have special needs, because the costs are different. You have unitary cost, but then you have indirect cost that may impacts on your costs of services. This may, of course, create what? Unequal territorial access. So those where are inhabited by children and family with higher means, and also that they have more means in budgetary terms, invest more, so they provide more services, and the opposite. Of course, in Morocco, you also have a dynamic, and this is, in my view, a positive dynamic, but we have to be careful, that you might find in countries like the Netherlands, where you have a dual system in which rural areas saw a massive public investment and also an implementation through private non-profits. So these areas are well served. The rich metropolitan area are also well served, and maybe they are not well served those in between. So these implications might have different dynamics, but the issue here is that you might find territorial inequities in the services because of the trilemma. So how do we overcome this trilemma? There are some possible solutions that have been already presented by the colleague before. The first is, of course, evident. We have to make a case first issue, So the problem is we always put in front, as you know, finance especially, short-term gains. But, we start to have studies that underline, as it was done before, the short-term financial gains of investing in these services. For instance, in terms of job creation, there was a massive investment for the European Union during the recovery after COVID. My country is origin, and they created 15,000 new jobs in this economy, in these services. Employability of parents is also extremely relevant in terms of short-term return, and therefore, higher household income and reduced risk for children thanks to the increased employability of parents. There are also study that was produced in Europe. It's a very complicated equation, but I will explain you rapidly, that demonstrate by taking some countries that increasing the services, in this case, as I said, 0 to 3 years old, because that's the main problem in Europe, to reach 50%, it will basically allow to save money in the short terms, 4 to 7 years. So basically, it's better for a country to invest than not investing, because they will have a positive fiscal impact. These are arguments that we should use, but then, of course, as I said, it's not just the size of the investment, is the equalization mechanism, if we have it. Because, as I said, we have an unequal condition at start at territorial level. The cost might be different in territories, and sometimes it's counterintuitive, because I see that in many areas they're isolated, the costs are higher. There's transportation cost, food delivery cost. So, and of course, in these cases, you have lower ability of family to contribute financially. So fiscal equalization mechanisms allow you to redistribute resources by taking into account the difference at territorial level. Poland as an example of how to do equalization financial models. So they create an algorithm that take into account for each municipality, and is a big country, so they have a lot of municipality, the level of services, so the coverage, and also the economic situation of the families. So the financing is more in place where there are less services, but also more in places where there are more low-income family, because the places, the areas, have also less budget in that, and therefore they need to have more resources to create the places. Of course, by guaranteeing minimum to everyone. That was an algorithm that I really advise you to have a look at it on how they created. So the other thing is that basically was outlined before by the colleagues of the World Bank. You can look at how to reduce costs by introducing innovative model, but innovative model that maintain quality. The case of Uzbekistan was, I'm here actually to work on that. It was a UNICEF World Bank partnership in expanding in rural areas with alternative service. And the thing that is quite incredible is that there are reports now about this case, and the parents in rural community find that this service were extremely good in terms of quality. PPPs, public-private partnership, fine, but as I said, be careful in terms of equity. We have to push for model like in Morocco, in which the non-profits are those running the PPPs. Another thing is that an approach that I know very well is considered one of the best in the world, which is the Reggio Emilia, Reggio Children approach in Italy, that it is based quality on inclusion and on project-based pedagogy. And by doing that, they also cut cost, but for instance, using local environment material, like natural resource, open-ended material. They use park, square, nature, food also. You have, an incredible cultural tradition in Morocco that can be used as a learning environment by reducing cost of materials, The last thing that I want to say, and I conclude, because my 15 minutes are over, I'm pretty sure, it's integrated service. I think the next presentation will be about that. It's fundamental to conceive these policies integrated. So you are an institution working on education, but consider that a child has multiple needs and face also multiple barriers in accessing service that might depends the solution to face this barrier from other, like social assistance, social protection, etc., etc. Actually, the policies that work in reducing inequality in access in early childhood care also have, for instance, income support scheme for the poorer children, social assistance, etc., etc., and also health, which play a major role. So you need to create coordination because, of course, as I said, needs are different and children have faced different barriers. So solution may come from other sectors, but there's also an issue of cost, because you might reduce cost by avoiding overlapping, for instance, fragmentation of policies, give coherence. And this is, for instance, in many countries, as I said, I'm here in Uzbekistan because UNICEF or World Bank are working on the ECD, Early Childhood Development Strategy, putting different sectors together. We have example like Child Guarantee in Europe and others, etc., etc. So these are a bit the solution rapidly. I thank you for your attention. Sorry if I take too much time. And I hope next time I will be there physically. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morabitou, for this excellent presentation. Your analysis show us that for the childhood, it's not only a question of education, but also a question of social justice, cohesion, and economic sustainability. En écoutant les trois dernières présentations, c'est Saïd Zian, Madame Mike Sell et Monsieur Moura.
The question here is not to choose between quality, equity, and sustainability. However, is to do the right and the smart choice. And without further ado, please. If you have any questions, write them down and please write down what is the difference between the schools that have a real transformation and the schools that have a qualitative transformation. I will now move on to the fourth presentation. We have Mr. Lata with us. She works on issues that has to do with education, healthcare, and the childhood development. What is the vision? How can we have a sectorial vision and an approach to integrate that easily can be integrated into our programs to guarantee that in the future, in the near future, it would be fruitful. Thank you. The floor is yours.
To attempt speaking any French because I know it will not get me anywhere, so my apologies for that. But Madam President, honorable delegates, friends and colleagues, it is indeed a pleasure to be here today. I have had the good opportunity of visiting Morocco before and being part of this journey with you on really seeing how early childhood development can have that important space that it deserves in our national planning. It is always inspiring to come here, not only because of what we have just seen and heard, in terms of the experience that Morocco brings, the very strong political will, the focus on quality and standards, and the consistent, sustainable, predictable financing that has really made it possible for the progress to be made is indeed inspiring for not only continued work in Morocco, but indeed for us as we look at other countries who really want to learn from this, and we want to see how this experience can inform others on the same journey. You have already heard a lot around the basic arguments for early childhood, the kind of progress that has been made, and some connections already to the experience of other countries. What I am going to try to do so as not to duplicate, but just to build on the argument, is really zoom out and see how the challenges we face more globally as UNICEF works to promote similar approaches in other countries, and especially focusing on the very equity issues that Christian also dwelled upon to some extent. And we also see, I could see from the discussions yesterday, there is a lot of interest in disability inclusion, which tends to be one of the issues that we still have to understand how we can really address those issues. So without being exhaustive, I'm going to give a few pointers, and hopefully through the questions we will tease out some more details and move it from there. So very quickly, moving forward, So I'll just very briefly define the problem, look at some of the systems that we have, and then propose a few ways forward. So first of all, of course, I think a lot has been said about the basic challenge or barriers that children face globally in access, and indeed the most pervasive of those is poverty. Children who are from the richest quintiles are 7 times more likely to attend early childhood education programs than those who are in the poorest quintiles. And this is right across the globe. We find that as a challenge. There are other aspects, including the urban-rural divide, in some sense the positive impact of mothers' education, which do promote better access and better support for young children, but we do find that poverty is one of the most pervasive, and that is an equity dimension we would like to address. I should also point out a little bit to the intersectionality of this, the barriers and the adversities children face. And for sure, to look at children who are furthest behind, we look at an intersectionality analysis which looks at multiple forms of discrimination and exclusion, some of which, as Christian was also referring to, need certain additional provisions so that the accommodation and the adaptations that are required to meet the specific needs of individual children are catered for. But most often, combine poverty with the issue of addressing disabilities, looking at some of the gender divides, and also the greatest barriers that are faced with remote, rural and underserved communities, then all of these factors can really combine to make a very, very difficult task for that child and for us to reach the last mile. Disruptions in education are, of course, also caused by crises which disproportionately affect learners with disabilities and those facing other forms of adversity. I did want to quote a little bit of the data that we have. UNICEF had undertaken in 2022 a detailed analysis of disability inclusion, and we note that of the 240 million children with disabilities globally, 49% are more likely to have never attended school. And this divide actually starts, as we know, very early, with 25% children with disabilities less likely to attend early childhood education. This includes children who already have a diagnosed disabilities or those who may be at risk of being diagnosed and may face developmental delays. We also find that 47% are more likely to be out of primary school, therefore, and 42% less likely to have foundational reading and numeracy skills. And this is of special interest to ministries of education that are not only dealing right now with the challenges of the typically underserved populations, but following COVID, we have seen there is a huge gap in learning achievements of children, and we have this the need to really address learning recovery at a very fast pace. So what is the problem we are trying to solve globally? And I just want to quantify that a little bit. Of course, we know that in low-income countries, the poorest 20% receive just 11% of public education spending, while the richest receive 42%. And of the, in terms of pre-primary education, on an average, only about 3.3% of education budgets are spent on pre-primary, while the global advocacy is to have at least 10%, and I think there's just a handful of countries that meet that benchmark of education expenditure going to pre-primary education. And the reason for this is a little bit structural. Education spending usually concentrates where enrollment is already high. We are spending the most public money on learners who already succeeded in gaining that access, and those who are left behind, typically the most underserved, are in fact the ones who need it the most. So this is almost like a structural inequity, and late-stage solutions, as we know, cannot fix the impact of early exclusion. And of course, the point has already made why early childhood is a very, very critical inflection point from the brain research and other evidence, so I will not repeat all of that. But definitely early intervention services that support infants, toddlers, and young children who are at risk or with developmental delays and disabilities, and providing that support in the natural environment, providing the support to parents and families to be able to both provide that kind of learning environment to the child and access the relevant services is of paramount importance. We've already looked at some of the data on the spending patterns, so I will not go into that. But really, in terms of our evidence, we have seen that learning poverty reductions are strongly associated with pro-poor allocations, and even without increasing the total spending, if that can be enhanced, then it indeed makes a difference. And here I want to again draw upon some of the analysis and modeling we did. This is a report that is available online, Transforming Education with Equitable Financing, and we looked at data from 2010 to 2022. You will be able to find this online, and also my presentation will be available, so you can access the link. And a couple of things came out very strongly in our analysis. This is more widely on education, and then I'll move into some of the implications for early childhood. The first thing is that a 1 percentage point increase in education spending allocated to the poorest 20% is associated with a 2.6 to 4.7 percentage point reduction in learning poverty. So here we are looking at both, of course, making sure the access is there, but more importantly, are children who are having access even learning? So is a child at the age of 10 able to read a simple sentence or a simple story with meaning? And also looking at some of the numeracy parameters around that. This could, of course, lift up to 35 million children. A 1% increase in funding going to the poorest can lift 35 million children globally out of learning poverty. And that's a very, very important benchmark. Early childhood is the highest leverage point, as we know, in the education value chain, and it delivers those high returns and the lower per child cost. And of course, World Bank estimates already look at the, if you specifically focus on disability exclusion, then indeed it's a cost that we continue to bear, especially from the loss of productivity on disability inclusion, and also the kind of dependency that is created. So, and that can be as much as 1 to 7% of annual GDP. Overall, early childhood investment is not just social spending, it is productivity enhancing and the capital investment with long duration returns, which we have seen very, very eloquently demonstrated in Morocco, both from the policy point of view and how we have walked the talk in this country. Moving on, I wanted to highlight a few aspects of and few good examples of how some of these issues have been addressed. So first of all, looking at the enabling environment, policy make ECE investable, and we have seen that policies that prioritize early childhood education, especially within education sector planning, actually give us very good results. The ministerial ownership that comes from that kind of, especially putting early childhood education within sector planning can help us avoid fragmentation and leakage. And we also find that it makes the kind of stewardship and leadership that government provides through such policy interventions actually makes not only investment purposive, so you have an action plan that is properly associated with the results we're trying to reach in medium and longer terms, and then that makes it very purposive and indeed moves the needle. And it also attracts both public as well as the financing from partners who can be from private sector and also other bilateral, multilateral organizations. We see very solid examples from Chile, and we had some experience from their more on the measurement side, but we know that's been a very inspiring case, as well as stable multi-year financing has been created, providing sustained access, including for children with disabilities, and which has led to high female labor force participation, so we can see the kind of impact it brings, and of course, stronger learning outcomes. Poland has already been cited as another country that is making some strong strides in this, and this again shows up in their strong PISA performance. We have also seen in Jordan ECE embedded in national education reform to address equity gaps, which were linked to displacement of children, because as we know, in Jordan, there are a number of refugees who have found a home and are looking at a brighter future through the support that is provided. Moving on, from policy to really making the policy work for us, and therefore planning, budgeting, and really looking at how marginal spending within pre-primary can actually be reallocated in terms of strengthening ECE systems. And of course, we've already seen the kind of gains we get from prioritizing pro-equity spending. In Brazil, we find that there is a very strong example of municipal childcare and pre-primary support that has been provided, especially targeted in low-income areas, which delivered strong benefit-cost ratios, especially by reducing later repetition in education, but also increasing maternal labor force participation as much as 9 percentage points in some cases, and then continues to grow. Ethiopia demonstrates pro-poor allocation, which despite fiscal constraints has been able to then reduce the equity gap. And in countries like Nepal, where again integrated early childhood education has improved rural access. In Nepal, a country which is very mountainous, hilly, and sometimes very remote, communities do not have access. So prioritizing that geographically has indeed led to foundational learning gains and strengthened also returns on primary education spending. Finally, looking at some of the equitable access through quality, which has again been emphasized by previous speakers. So, and as we know that all the gains and the transformative returns we expect from early childhood only come to bear when it is a high quality investment. And of course, the trilemma that was just outlined, there are bold choices and some judgments to be made on that. But we have inspiring examples. Vietnam demonstrates how sustained workforce investment, which translates into quality, has led to strong foundational skills, long-term learning outcomes, which can then be quantified into those returns. Rwanda also in Africa demonstrates how gradual system building approach to ECE quality in low resource settings can indeed deliver that quality. And again, at the bottom of that is sustained political will and providing that sustained predictable financing that can really help us follow through on the plans that are identified. In Portugal, we find the integrated universal design principles and curriculum, particularly for children who are underserved and especially children with disabilities. This has led to multi-level support to meet individual learner needs, and that has led to sustained gains in enrollment, retention, and completion rates, including for children with disabilities. Estonia is one of the high-quality ECE workforce, and it shows one of the most equitable and efficient learning systems. And again, Sweden has long been an inspiration as well, as we find that strong levels of public financing have indeed given us very good results in terms of access, quality, and equity. Just a little word on looking at how do we design those learning systems. So while quality overall, especially with the training of teachers and providing them the right kind of continued professional support will be important, we find that in order to have children who are underserved to be included well, universal design principles, which look at both the curriculum, the training of workforce, and the support that is provided, are indeed very critical in making sure that children get the kind of support they need. And that inter alia also includes how we work with families and communities to make that experience of the child transition from not only classroom but also in the homes and communities that children live. And specifically for disability inclusion, looking at mainstreaming both through the universal design principles, children to be in mainstream classrooms, but also providing targeted support. I'm not going to go into details of that, but very happy to answer questions if there is interest in this area, but really looking at this twin approach to provide that support to all children. Just a little pointer as well. So in all of this, while we are working globally, we meet countries, when UNICEF is working with governments and partners, we meet countries where they are. And one of the approaches we use is a conceptual framework of early childhood education systems. And we have the pre-primary subsector analysis diagnostic tool, which enables us to work with the country to identify where we are, what are the quick gains that can be had, and then chart out a process by which going through the different drivers of an education system, looking at the planning, budgeting, curriculum, workforce, family community engagement and the quality assurance systems, how we can systematically build that. And again, happy to answer questions on that without taking more time right now. And then finally, proposing a few systemic shifts. So really, in taking this agenda forward globally, we look at rebalancing education portfolios, looking at protecting, first of all, pre-primary and education budgets, because pre-primary is the one that addresses equity right at the start, and we gain a lot from that. It is really treating it as the foundational infrastructure for that equitable education spending that we want to see. And of course, within that, establishing systems for early identification, assessment, and interventions for all children who need additional support, so that we leave no one behind. Also to adopt pro-poor allocation rules, minimum share of education resources to poorest quintiles, and aligning also with a 15% benchmark that UNICEF advocates for the poorest learners, so that those additionalities can be provided. And of course, looking at financing of systems as opposed to projects and pilots, which may demonstrate some good results, but eventually need to work at scale under government stewardship to be able to generate the results that we want. That's, I hope, enough of a whetting of the appetite for delving a little bit more into these questions, and I look forward to further discussion as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madame Lata Divian. C'est un exposé qui est très...
It was a very fruitful presentation, very inspiring. I would like you to note this one question, please. In your experience, in your quality as a member of the UNICEF, what is the most principal challenge that we need to address? Is it financial? Is it cultural? In order to make early childhood a true fruitful education today. Thank you very much to yourself and to UNICEF for all the efforts it has invested over the years. Knowing that education is not an easy one, it is extremely complex and extremely important for our society. Thank you as well, Madame Ayed, the administrative of the early childhood education. We are sad about the floodings that are happening in many rural areas in the north of Morocco. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your help during the COVID crisis as well. And I would like to thank the military forces as well, working under the guidance of His Majesty the King, and all the entities that have made this possible and that have helped us along the years. Without further ado, I will open the floor now to questions on the 4 interventions. Please be mindful of the time. Please be succinct as possible. And the floor is yours. Go ahead. Do you have a microphone? We will give you the microphone. 1 minute. Good morning. May I ask? Of course, I have 2 points that you have mentioned in your interventions. It was an honor to listen to your intervention. The first one I would like to talk about is financing, or the ways of financing programs related to preschool education and enabling early childhood to participate in primary school and preschool in an efficient way and be able to pursue their studies. Looking at statistics that you have mentioned, either based on other countries or the UNICEF vision in the last intervention, we see a lack of solutions, of adequate solutions in financing programs relative to preschool education. And in Morocco, in the current circumstances, in the current government, early childhood education has been or has become part of the workings of the Ministry of Education. An effective and fruitful preschool education is usually only possible in private schools. Public schools are still not able to provide early childhood education of quality. And this begs the question, is there a possibility to fix this problem? Our experience in preschool education is based on many experiences. Early, we thought that Msid or Kutab, the religious learnings, were able to decrease the rates of illiteracy. The second point is relative to enabling people of special needs of receiving proper preschool education. Even institutes that specialize in educating people of special needs have not been able to develop a system, an effective one, for teaching them and including them in the classroom. There is another aspect to it, which is the family side. Are families able to train and provide to their children the possibility of accessing preschool specifically, or preschool for people of special needs especially? Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid Sabahi. Thank you for being here. You are an icon in the media domain. Thank you for your valuable questions. We will try to answer them to our best work. In our country, there are so many initiatives and experiences. They're probably not famous or not enough, but Mr. Zian, for example, and other participators and interveners will be able to give you more details about this. Please be careful. Please present yourself before asking your questions. Good morning.
Good morning. I am the Vice President of the United Nations Committee for People with Special Needs, and I'm very delighted with this reunion and this meeting, and I'm specifically delighted by the UNICEF representative that has tackled a very serious, interesting issue, which is the inclusion. Inclusion is, as you all know, this word or this notion has been now vulgarized, We have an inclusive education, inclusive projects. However, what do we mean when we say inclusion, especially when we talk about the preschooling? What do we put as potentials to enable a good quality education and schooling? What are the mechanisms that we're using? And also, we need capable and skilled cadres to do this job. And the third thing, we know that this topic is very interesting for everyone in our nation, and we also have the problem of having institutions close to the people who need it. And now I ask the question to the second speaker, second panelist. What is the issue that we have to include people with special needs in the preschool education? Is there a potential? Is there efforts that has been mobilized to do so, whether financing or other efforts? Another thing, and now I ask my friend Saeed to give us a simple number. What is the number of children that are special needs that were able to respond to their needs in what you have provided us, in the numbers you have given us? Thank you so much, Mr. Abdelmjid. We will take 2 more questions, maybe. Yes, please. Do you have the microphone? I will present myself. I am a quality director of Impact from a Moroccan foundation. I will thank the council for organizing this very interesting meeting. For me, I have a very small question. That has been tackled by Deborah about the cost. We have the cost is a problem that we face in our foundation, and can you please detail the points that have been mentioned in the slides, especially the case Sivin? Is there any doubling costs or the abandoned costs? And can you explain to us these numbers and the sources so we can have an idea, because it occupies us in our foundation, especially with the current restraints. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. Miss or Madam Silva will try to answer your question, and all the panelists are writing down their questions to answer them. And please, the next participant. I have a question with the UNICEF representative. She said that there is 40% of abandonments of children who abandon school. I want to know what are the reasons, and what's more important, I want to know what are the means that are implemented to stop such thing. Thank you. I will add, Madame Latala is writing the question. We will take another, maybe final question. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. and for their interventions. I have a remark and a question. First of all, the management of marginalized categories is the proof of the good processing of a certain organism or a system, whether marginalized families, poor families, people with special needs. I'm interested, I'm intrigued also to know what is the average of financing to have satisfactory results? And please, if you have numbers, that would be great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Salah. You haven't presented yourself, but we know you. We know you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jamal Shafiq. I'm an actor. I'm an activist. Thank you for your interventions. The quality has been really enriching. I'm intrigued by the presentation about the equality, equity, sustainability, and quality. What intrigues me is that we are in a community. We will, for example, we will have a pre-scholar school or school for early childhood learning. What is the cost of having such a thing in different regions? How can we guarantee sustainability? Because it's really it's costly, and the field or the local where to build the institution. Of course, Moroccans are not in a stabilized conditions, and we have changes in curricula. We have new pedagogies that are based on science, and of course this needs more financing. It costs more. Is there a model of a school that costs less, or is budget friendly? That also guarantee the quality, sustainability, and of course equity. Thank you. I want to mention that in a slide that has been mentioned by Said Zayen, this has been mentioned, but however we will answer that as well. Thank you so much. Last question maybe? Good morning, Fouad Moussaoudi. I'm the supervisor of a training center for educators. My question is about alternative or innovative financing for Morocco. What are the solutions, the possible solutions to finance and to have a sustainable financing for the preschool education programs, aside from the one that are related to the country? And also, what are the mechanisms of governance and monitoring the financing that are given to field actors and activists and the local participations? Thank you, Mr. Msaoudi. I will try to answer your question. I will answer your question when we start answering, especially that I have the honor of presiding a foundation, and I will share you my experience and how we deal with this part of your question. Is there any other questions? If there is no other questions, what I suggest is that we will give the word to each one. We'll give a chance to each panelist to respond to their questions. And I thank you for your relevant questions. And I thank I want to mention that there have been many questions that are being asked on the about the instruments, tools. Please, I will keep this in mind and will answer your question later. Thank you, Madam Bouayad, and I will start by Mr. Bouzian to answer, and I will ask all the panelists, please answer your questions. And if you have another comment about another question, maybe you can go ahead and answer. And quickly about the question related to inclusion, access, and social equity. Our in the H philosophy is to respond or provide responses to the needs to people who are marginalized. This is our philosophy. The question of access is our main objectives, as I mentioned in my presentation, is to address marginalized categories. How do we deploy our resources and efforts? We go to a certain school and we have interventions that are responses to certain needs. For example, we have certain restraints for access or school access, and we provide transportation in rural areas. In the interna, where the university housing as well, and of course we favorize the rural area. And for the offer, the LINDH have signed with the Minister of Education during the third phase pact, an offer that if we receive an offer, the offer that we will provide will be the answer to the needs that are going to be declared by the Ministry of Education. So the education is there. However, the rural area, we need to provide transportation for the physical restraints of school access. And the National Department of Education will look up into the structure, the existing schooling systems. So what we do in the ASH, we try to generalize to generalize the already existing system in urban areas and to expand it to the rural areas. And we have campaigns to raise awareness about the interest and the importance of investing in education, especially during the back to school season. And for the other question, Mr. McNee's question, as all the public policies in the ASH in 2019, we started deploying our efforts and resources. However, this coincides with the COVID-19, and we haven't done everything we anticipated. However, the question of people with special needs, we of course have given them the choice. I want them to be a priority when not a choice in such programs. We have these committees. We do not. We have this sharing ideology of, for example, equity between male and female. However, we hardly and we rarely consider, of course, people with special needs, and that's why we put them at the heart of our work. I want to say that the average cost is 70,000 dirhams. The average age, 207,000 dirhams. And today, equipment is. Of course, we need to use new equipment, and the cost of formation or training is. We have 6,000 dirham for each educator. These are the costs of working. We have 64,000 dirham a year, and 80% of this cost is to pay the educators, and even during COVID-19, we paid all our employees. And Mr. the President will talk about this, the partnership between the NDH and the Ministry of Education. And these are the questions that I think I need to answer. Thank you, Mr. Taid, for clarifying this. Please, can you respond to the question? Maxella, thank you.
Question about the cost-benefit analysis pertains to the way we calculate the costs as they become savings. So we look at what it costs to educate a student in Morocco for each year of education. And because if a child is repeating a grade, you're paying for that child yet again. So you take the unit cost per eligible child that should be at their grade level and for the repetitions, and that becomes a savings for the government. Right now, repetition rates are rather high in Morocco across education. This is from primary through secondary education. And if you were able to make sure students are able to access the next progressive grade, you save then on having to educate them yet again for those that repeat. Then, of course, there are the students who do not choose to repeat a grade and they drop out. And what we calculate, excuse me, as the cost for the dropout is the number of years the government has already spent on educating those children, and they are no longer progressing through the system. So it's an investment that is no longer realizing its potential of remaining in the system. So again, we're trying to use Moroccan we call them unit costs per eligible child, and looking at what are the savings that will be gained if you reduce these kinds of inefficiencies that are within the overall system. So I hope that explains a little bit. In terms of the other cost analysis on what it costs for preschool, we use the costings that were given to us by our partners here at the Ministry of Education and ENDH. I hope that answers that. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Maxel. Donc, je sais pas, est-ce que Monsieur Morabito est toujours connecté avec nous?
I don't know if Mr. Morabito is always here with us. Of course, you have heard all of the questions. However, the questions were asked in Arabic. Have you heard the translation? Of course. Thank you for the logistics. Thank you to the council, Superior Council, for the logistics. He's asking to. Of course, we will. Okay, do you hear us? Can't hear the translator. You have deactivated your microphone. Okay. I have to. And now I can't hear you. Do you hear us? Yes. Okay. I have 2 seconds to answer your and two comments. The first is about the people with special needs, because it was really interesting, the intervention of that asks what is inclusiveness. I will give a number. The inclusivity is to join the child where he is, to go to the child and not bring the child to where you are, of course, because all the children need to have a standards, predefined standards, and we also need, of course, we bring them to schools and for learning. However, to each their cost, and this is the exclusion. And the inclusion is to have an approach that follow up, in particular, the each child is to standardize. It's an approach that can include a child, special needs also. I will mention, for example, autistic children. We know that standard schools, if they have standards to host or to have these children, it would be hard to deal with. And I have a comment about another question about the financing. I agree. This is my theory. We need an implementer that could be a private investor or public to implement this financing. However, the reporting and the follow-up is to have a report about what's going on inside. And to, of course, privilege the non-profit and the private or non-profit, and this is important to ensure equity. And we have the Norwegian case. These are the cases on how to set up certain rules. These are my comments, and thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Morabitou, for your interaction. Please stay with us just to close this panel. And now the floor is yours, Madam Lata.
Thank you for those questions. So first is your question on what's the biggest challenge. Second, I will go a little bit into the quality issue that was asked, and then, of course, the special needs, which probably has two parts. So very quickly. So first of all, what is the principal challenge to make early childhood fruitful? And I think if I can also turn that around, what is the most effective ways, as we have seen demonstrated both in Morocco and the other country examples? I think for us, what we see is that the evidence is now well established. There is no, the compelling evidence, there is no argument of the value of investment in the early years, which also points out what that investment should be. It should be holistic. It should support children in all aspects of development, and especially looking at those who are most underserved. And the support to the child goes hand in hand with families. So that evidence is there. The biggest challenge really is how to make it doable, both at the policy level and also in terms of the actual design and implementation of programs. And there we find that the most important aspect is to gain government stewardship of really structuring the policies, the programs, and then partnerships that will in fact make it possible to achieve those milestones. We have seen very well demonstrated through the journey of Morocco how political will has got translated into very thoughtfully developed key interventions, and that has translated then into actual gains in terms of not only huge gains in the access, but also a reasonable level of quality that can be seen across the country in the provision. The other aspect there, I think, would be to really look at, to really make that come to fruition. And here, let me focus a little bit directly on the education side. Education sector planning is one of the key instruments that UNICEF uses to prioritize pre-primary into sector planning. And the tool that I mentioned from doing the diagnostics, so we actually work under the government's leadership to convene stakeholders who are active in a country, and we do that at national and subnational levels to really think through what are the strengths of the pre-primary system we already have, what are the weaknesses, and what are some of the key things stakeholders feel should be now prioritized, and then that gets factored into education sector plans. We also have corresponding instruments to do cost and financing simulations, which enable stakeholders to determine if there are 20 things on the list, which 5 or which 3 are most important and will give us the most impact from where we are today, and in that sense be able to have costed action plans within education sector planning. And through this kind of process, which is iterative, not only within a plan, but also as we go through successive planning, that's the sort of broad process that we follow. So I think for us, the most important thing, both in terms of the challenge and also the opportunity, is to get that kind of government stewardship, which can structure such a plan and with the support of partners and stakeholders, see it through. The second issue was on the, especially the, multiple providers, if I understood it properly, that how to sustain quality when you have multiple providers. Some of those may be public sector. There are also community-based approaches, and of course, private for-profit and not-for-profit provision, as we see around the world. And I think there, again, just piggybacking on the process of sustaining some of these systems through the early childhood sector planning and strengthening, having access to multiple ways of providing services is actually that diversity, as we again have seen in some of the examples, is quite a strength. As long as there is a consistent guidance in terms of what are the standards we are trying to achieve and how those can be in fact implemented. And a core aspect of that is to really see the kind of supportive supervision that can be provided both to the implementers, so organizers of these services, whether they are public or private, and also to the actual person who's at the, where we say the tire meets the road. So particularly the practitioners in the classrooms and those who also then interact with the parents and communities to really make that experience of the child holistic. So having standards, having mechanisms of quality assurance, which would typically be things like licensing systems, but to be done in a way that is not punitive. I think, again, somebody mentioned that in one of the presentations. It's not punitive, but it actually is supportive to meet those criteria and then continue to sustain them, but having a very clear guidance on that. And of course, that would mean also a certain kind of investment in those quality assurance systems. And then finally, coming to the issue of special needs and disability inclusion, I can see that that's really, and very, very incisive questions were asked. So first of all, I think there was a question on what do we really mean by inclusion? I think that was a very pertinent point that was raised. And if I was to just take a step back and think of, especially for the early years, what do we mean by inclusion? I would say three things are quite important. One is the issue of reducing disparities. Whether or not a child, a very young child, is diagnosed with a disability or not, having early disparities, even things like poor nutrition, or poorly, not having adequate stimulation and the kind of experiences that we know are important for brain development and the interactive experience which actually supports learning, having those deficiencies itself are going to perpetuate disabilities. And some of the evidence says that if, of the different stresses that are identified in very young age, if 6 or more of those stresses, it could be around nutrition, healthcare provision, or gaps in the learning stimulation, and also some of the issues around toxic stress that children may face. So if 6 or more of those are prevalent for a long time in a child's life, it can actually lead to diagnosis of some kind of developmental delay or disability. And so that itself, the early disparity, perpetuates those challenges. The second one there would be, of course, inclusion would mean mainstreaming full participation. That means not only presence in physical terms, but actually the ability to totally interact and benefit fully from the program. And then the third one I would say is what we could call enabling capabilities. As a child who's participating, I have my own dreams, I have my own understanding of what I want to be. So rather than be given that this is your role and this is what you have to do, to really have those opportunities to explore my potential and my dreams. And so to me, those are the three indicators of inclusion. And very quickly to look at how we can strengthen that, I want to very quickly identify 4 things. First of all, already outlined the value of early interventions, and there are frameworks for what is called early childhood intervention, which looks at early screening for any challenges. Even if a child is not having access, that's a good enough indication of that children who don't have access need to have access to early services. So the screening, the assessment, and then actually having an intervention, that would be one aspect of how to do it. The second aspect, of course, within that is the twin track that I mentioned. So having mainstream services so that children can participate in mainstream settings, but also providing the specialized support that is required for meeting the additional needs. And I think the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities very well articulates the accommodation and adaptations that are required for this purpose. And, again, one can go into the details. The third one is to look at, in fact, the infrastructure, the skills of practitioners, and to some extent they could be augmented also by some of the advances we have done in digital means of expanding access. So the assistive devices which could offer communication tools and other tools that can augment the learning of children who may face certain difficulties, whether it is auditory or other, in terms of the communication mechanisms that can be used. And then finally, and not the least, but actually one of the most important is the social behavior change communication approaches that we can use, because it is very important to really have the visibility of persons with disabilities among in the programs, and also as we are designing them to tap into the lived experience so that we can really have approaches that indeed work. And of course that can happen both at certain points of time. I think Mr. Said pointed to when you're doing campaigns for children going back to school, that's a good point at which to emphasize this is also for children with disabilities who may not be having access, but indeed that's who we are inviting to join back into school and to be participating in the processes and in other ways. So I'll stop there. I think it's a very exciting to see the interest, and very happy to converse with you further during tea break to discuss these issues further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madame Lata. Nous savons que vous aurez toujours l'opportunité d'interagir avec elle lors de la suite de ce colloque international. Je vais donner la parole pour quelques minutes à Madame Ekram Bouayed. Vous la parole. Représentez-vous pour que les gens vous
merci, Monsieur le Président. Ekram Bouayed, directrice de l'organisation du préscolaire au niveau du ministère de l'Éducation nationale, du préscolaire et des sports. Alors, je vous remercie infiniment de m'avoir donné l'occasion de répondre à une question qui a été plusieurs posée hier et aujourd'hui sur la question de la scolarisation, la préscolarisation des enfants à besoins spécifiques. Je vous assure que le ministère de l'Éducation nationale a revu le cadre curriculaire d'une façon inclusive. Il va bientôt être publié officiellement et en parallèle, on est en cours de la production d'un guide qui va accompagner ce nouveau cadre curriculaire qui va décrire toutes les situations.
Apologies for the technical issue. There is a program that is dedicated for students with special needs, and it will be published soon for all levels of education. The public school, we have noticed that there was an 86% rate of success among students with special needs, including autism and other special needs. We are talking here about normalized exams that are taken across the national scale. Thank you very much. I will now address a question that was posed by Mr. Al-Masoudi, who talks about governance and innovative financing. It's a two-part question. As for governance, I will share with you the experience of the Zagura Foundation. It was my honor to preside over it, and this foundation is concerned with preschool education. This institution, between the hands of the INDH and the Ministry of Education, we are working under a convention with the INDH and with the Ministry of Education, which has put rules concerning education policies for preschools. And thanks to this agreement between the three institutions, we have been able in speeding up the rate of accessing preschool in rural areas. This work is always monitored by multiple entities, local or national. In addition, the institution itself has its own governance tools, as there are entities that are specified in preschool education, education in general, and we also have multiple councils, financial, strategic, multiple bodies that enable us to give access to preschool across Morocco. There is over 550 units across the country and multiple educators, tutors, administrative cadres. There are some regions that do not have enough numbers to invest in a unity. We try to overcome these challenges working with the other institutions and bodies and partners. And sometimes we face the issue of connectivity, of logistics. We are still working on it, and we are always aiming to better ourselves. As for individuals with special needs, I just want to highlight that activism in Morocco is very, very active and very present. There are many organizations all across Morocco that work really hard. And there's an institution that we should not forget, the institution of Mohammed V, that has created a network across Morocco to concert between all of the different organizations, whether that's for the visually impaired or the hearing impaired. And I have personally met multiple students that have reached really high education, masters and even PhDs and doctorates in multiple fields. There are tools that show us the way, the path to solve these issues. In general, I hope this panel was fruitful and helpful for everyone present here. We try to make it holistic and try to smartly use our resources, whether that's from a financial standpoint, justice, equality, social justice, and even geographically. We are trying, we are following our policies, and we are bettering our policies that we are working on, whether from the private sector or the public sector, and even from the civil society. We still have another panel. We will take a 10-minute break before we start talking about, before we initiate the second panel, which is concerned with professionalization of personnel and practices in preschool. Thank you very much for all the panelists here with us and the dear audience, as well as the interpreters. Thank you for your questions. Thank you, everyone. Let's give a hand of applause to the council one more time. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break.
إذا السلام عليكم. تعيدوا. Donc, salam alaikum, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, Madam President, interveners, ladies and gentlemen. I am Malika Fadouz, and I am a member of the High Council of Education. And under the same theme of preschool and preschool education, we will be talking about professionalization, staff, and educational practices in preschool. We will talk about multiple aspects that participate in the training in practice. We will talk with experts and listen to them. We will listen to Madame Divya Lata, Chantal Riproche, and then Emma Pearson. We will listen to their intervention. We will be talking about the general economy of preschool education. I will once again remind you of the importance of preschool education and how reforms are essential to the development of education. Students that have received preschool education have far better chances to evolve and grow bigger and have higher chances of pursuing higher studies. In a education system, the quality of preschool education depends heavily on actors and their competencies. Professional competence, the participating actors, in addition to systems that are based on statistics and on scientific methods. We will now give the floor to experts from different fields in order to discuss the professionalization of staff and educational practices in preschool. I will give the floor to Madame Divya Lata, that has already been introduced in the previous panel. She works on two different themes in international organization, and the intervention is titled Building for Sustainability, Impact of Gaps in Programs and Staff on Preschool. I will now give you the floor. Good afternoon once again. It is
It's a nice way of actually transitioning from the earlier session where we were looking at what kind of financing options support equity and the specific role of early childhood in promoting the equity aspect within education. And one of the things that came across very clearly was the focus on quality and how critical it is to have access with quality and equity, of course, to really get the right kind of results. So I think in this session, what I'm going to do is try and give an overview of what we have learned from UNICEF's experience of working with more than 120 countries around the world who in fact have some kind of intervention in early childhood, and many of them prioritize pre-primary education. So what we have learned from that and how some of the issues around quality of education can be advanced. So first of all, of course, a little bit of framing of what the situation is globally, and then looking at the conceptual framework that UNICEF follows. It is called Build to Last, and you will see some of the details on that, of how systems of early childhood education can be strengthened, and then, of course, some suggestions on going forward. So first of all, we all have seen, and there has been so much evidence around the reason why early childhood is emphasized, and especially in education systems, for what it does for the individual child's learning, forming that foundational base, also for the efficiencies of education systems, and indeed for long-term economic growth, which is what makes ministries of finance interested in looking at how early childhood support can be factored into our spending. However, there is a paradox, and here I want to draw upon very recent data. UNICEF has put together what we call the Country Action Tracker for Children. It is a kind of a dipstick test which we use annually now. This is the second year that we have done this analysis. It basically draws upon the annual reporting that countries do, and as I mentioned, almost 120 countries around the world do annual reporting where they focus on early childhood education. And so we draw upon that data. In that, they look at 3 parameters of early childhood systems, which is the policy, governance, meaning the standards and the quality assurance systems, and third would be the teaching learning environment. And what they do is countries self-report on a 4-point scale telling us where they think they are, and then we augment that with a survey that is done every year around May-June to understand somewhat in more detail what kind of immediate provisions might have been made or any progress done. And on that basis, we every year are able to then track some of the approaches that have been used. So that is the Catch ECE tracker for children. And I'm going to present a few facts from there and then build on that to see how we address those issues. So first of all, what we find from the survey plus the annual reporting combined is that overall early childhood education policy actions are well established. Like I said, that one of the key parameters is, how the policies are, what kind of financing, budgeting systems are being used. So we seem to be, at least on the policy side, maybe not so much on the financing, on the policy side, reasonably high, as you see in the dark blue lines that you see in the graphs. And of course, this analysis we have been doing across the different regions. That is what you see in the bar chart, and also a global average. And what we find is that, however, the systems of really supporting quality pre-primary inclusive education is where we lag behind. We find that 1 in 5 countries have yet to establish systems for governance and teaching and learning. By governance, we mean the kind of quality assurance systems, having standards in place, having licensing systems in place, and also the kind of supportive supervision we were talking about in the previous session, which ultimately enables implementers and providers to really meet the kind of quality that will make the experience meaningful for children and their families. And the other one is, of course, around teaching learning, where we look at the quality of training provided to teachers, how many of them actually get trained and in what sort of pedagogies, and how they can be supported on an ongoing basis through continuous professional development to meet those the requirements of the job they have taken on. And because of these gaps, we actually find that some of the broader parameters of, for example, SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, 4.1 4.2, which in fact focuses on early childhood development. And the multiple indicator cluster survey is one of the tools that is used to track how we are, and we are indeed lagging behind, where 30% of children globally are developmentally not on track. We also find, just looking a little bit more deeply at inclusive education, 3 in 5 countries are championing laws and national plans that support the right to inclusive education. We were talking in the earlier session also about disability inclusion, and policy is a very important lever on which to build. And in the dark blue section of this, you see that actually almost 60% of countries that have been reporting have some sort of either a legal framework or a policy commitment that is prioritizing inclusive education, including at the preschool level. However, only 1 in 10 countries report that most educators do receive training on inclusive education. And there you see the gap. There you see the gap of also the issues you were highlighting through the questions that you raised in the past, in the last session. So we find that more than 50% of countries are not even at an initiating level of providing that support to teachers, and we know that that will translate therefore into major gaps in meeting those needs. So with that broad view of policies seem to be in place, but it's the systems that are lagging behind. And when we were looking at the question on what is the biggest challenge, it is indeed to translate policy into practice, and therefore how do we work with governments to make sure that we are able to address that challenge in a systematic way. And we know things don't happen in a day, so quite clearly we need a roadmap by which we can work with our stakeholders and partners to achieve those aspirations. Build to Last is the conceptual framework that UNICEF uses to work with countries on this, and very briefly what you see in the outer circles are issues around the enabling environment, which is looking at the policy provision, but also apart from those commitments, the demand side of services. I spoke last time about the whole, the social behavior change, where working with communities and empowering them with the knowledge and information of how important it is to look at the early years and the kind of interventions that could be needed, and therefore creating the demand for services not only in education but also health, nutrition, protection, and other aspects of nurturing care. When we look specifically at the ECE systems, there are 5 core functions that we prioritize, and these could start anywhere from, in that circle, from the planning, budgeting that ministries do, so actually putting money and also some targets around what we want to achieve, looking at curriculum, looking at workforce development, engaging families and communities, which we know in addition to organized learning settings are very critical to get the gains we want, and of course the setting of quality standards and assurance systems. And this analysis we do across the different levels, including national and then subnational levels as well. As I shared this slide earlier, so I will not dwell too much on it, but each of these core functions that I just mentioned can be articulated through a set of questions which engage stakeholders to determine what are the strengths and the weaknesses in a country, and enables stakeholders to identify what is it that we want to do. And usually it is an education sector planning process that we use to put in those plans. And like I was saying earlier, we also have a cost and financing simulation process by which these interventions can be costed, and then a prioritized list can be taken and then translated into a costed action plan, which hopefully in the cycle of education sector planning and implementation can be taken forward, and then the iterative process of making progress on these parameters can be pursued. When we look at our experience across the different countries who have followed such a process, we find that there are a couple of areas where systems do break down, and which is the kind of challenge which really seems to be on priority. So one is, of course, the curriculum implementation, what is the kind of curriculum that is being followed? Is it indeed embedded in the science of early childhood development, the play-based curriculum we heard about yesterday from the first presentation, which really underscored the value of early learning is if we are able to follow the right kind of methodology. And then equipping the workforce to be able to follow that curriculum and in fact do it meaningfully in a way that makes sense to them, their own understanding about it, and how they see it making a difference to the child's life who is in their classroom, and then correspondingly engaging their parents and families to then take that forward. And without that, we know that we will have fragmented provision of uneven quality. What we also want to emphasize that we have learned from our experience with countries is these are not piecemeal interventions. The reason we put it into a common framework of build to last and what makes it last is that these have to be done in a systematic way and in a systemic way. So the quality of our provision does not come from these individual program features, but rather it is a system outcome. And that is what we try to build with the government stewardship and in partnership with all the different agencies and civil society actors like yourself who add so much value to our thinking and action. A little bit of a deep dive into each of these. So when we look at curriculum implementation, we do find there is weak, first of all, the alignment with child development science may not be strong enough, but also there is weak dissemination and the kind of ongoing support that is required by practitioners to be able to implement it with integrity sometimes has gaps, and that is what we feel need to be addressed. And that, of course, takes us to some examples where countries have done this rather well. And here we take Ghana, which is a country in Western Africa, and a very strong focus on play-based curriculum reform, looking at the national kindergarten curriculum, redesigned around play, and also giving a lot of emphasis to socio-emotional development, which, as we know, has really recently come to the fore as one of the key things that the foundations are built really in the very early years. And this has led to a very strong impact in terms of the classroom interactions and translating directly into foundational skills of children themselves. So when they're getting ready for school, these interventions have been found to be very, very effective. We find, of course, other examples. I will not dwell too much on Morocco. We've heard a lot about it, and it's really been an inspiring experience to see the progress that has been made. But we also find in countries like China, where national curriculum guidelines have been combined with local adaptation, and teachers have been encouraged to deploy those strategies in their one village, one preschool kind of approach. And this again shows how the curriculum coherence can be maintained at scale. In Italy, it's an interesting example where in municipal schools, pedagogical coordinators support teachers continuously to ensure that curriculum intent is realized, and that's the kind of ongoing support that is required often by practitioners. And this can have, again, in other countries has been implemented in different ways, but a very important component of making sure that achievement of those standards. Looking at workforce development again, UNICEF and UNESCO had done a global report on early childhood care and education in 2024, the first one in that regard. And we estimated about 6+ million teachers gaps in early childhood educators if we are really to have even that minimum 1 year of pre-primary education for all children around the globe. So that's really a big task, and I think the added challenge is that many of these are not trained. More than 50% of these teachers do not have access to the kind of training that will actually make that meaningful difference to a child's learning trajectory. And again, we have example from Rwanda, where workforce standards have been embedded into national education planning, and the alignment between curriculum and teacher training is very strong, giving us good results. And similarly, good impact we see in Vietnam of having that alignment between workforce development and curriculum. In Jordan, the national kindergarten expansion, especially paired with the in-service teacher training and curriculum reform, again, was done at scale. And some of the Nordic countries, including Finland, show how high workforce standards protect curriculum intent, and also workforce development is working in tandem. And of course, all of this also means, as we saw in the last session, the financing reality has to be working alongside. So we know there is a very low level of spending on pre-primary education, and we had estimated that about 21 billion US dollar gap in terms of if all of the achievement levels have to be achieved globally in terms of that 1 year of pre-primary education. So definitely the financing issue has to be addressed simultaneously. I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but just very quickly to identify some of the system design principles that came from our experience of working with countries in doing ECE system development. And here we, of course, identified curriculum reform anchored in child development science to be very, very important. The workforce pathways, which has pre-service training, but also ongoing continuous profession development support, and the financing to make all of that possible are going to be really important. And that's where, again, to re-emphasize the role of government stewardship with the partners, whether from public systems or the private systems, to really be able to both implement and maintain standards as we go forward. This is, I won't go into the details of it.
1 minute.
Just showing that
1
there
minute.
is. Yes, please.
Just 1 minute.
Certainly. So there is a toolkit that is available which has resources not only on the Bill to Last framework and the subsector analysis tool, but also from almost 40 different organization additional resources that can be used to then implement through the education planning cycle the systems of the planning, implementation, review, and then on to the next cycle that enables countries to achieve these goals. And without belaboring the point, I think I would really like to listen now to our other presenters talk more deeply about the curriculum, workforce, and other avenues that can really make quality, inclusive early childhood education a reality for every child. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Divya Latta. Donc, merci, Madame Latta, pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much for your exhaustive intervention. Despite the political commitment, the quality of preschool education is highly based on the collaboration between three different parties. They need to the development, the professional development of the intervention, second, financing, and first, the governance. Without them, the gap only gets wider. And now I give the floor to Madame Chantal Reproach, international education expert specializing in preschool from France. Her presentation is titled International Comparison of Competency Frameworks for Preschool Teachers, Institutional Choices, Cultural Frameworks, and Connection with Initial Teacher Training. Please try to respect the time. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the Superior Council of Education, Training and Scientific Research, and thank you for the invitation. And thank all the participants. I will talk about a few elements. I will talk about that synthesizing the documents that are provided. It's a very hard work in 15 minutes. I will suggest that we should highlight a few examples as the director would be the reference of Morocco in all the elements that contribute to creating references. A reference for the educators and also the training, the initial training of these educators. if we have a content about the competencies and skill, we have a very diverse competencies on the documents and the reports that are provided by the UNESCO and UNICEF. I want to highlight that these documents participate and contribute to the preschool programs. Everything that has to do with the child and preschool. When I say everything, I mean that we need to think about a good student in the preschool. What the norms are? What are the norms that each country follows and gives? We need to have a reference for competencies and skills and the initial training. That is not just copy pasted. Why have an international comparison? First of all, it allows us to identify the common fundaments and actually makes it clear for and shows it the choices and the different choices to open the conversation or the discussion on this theme. It is a priority. These are the reference countries. We have Australia, South Africa, Finland, France, Quebec, and Côte d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast. And a few common points that we can find in the competencies reference. We have reference. We have the child protection, the professional responsibility, and variations like status and autonomy, and especially the educator's status, because it varies from a country to another, and the autonomy given to the educator. We always talk about creativity, initiatives. Do we find these elements in the reference? Pedagogy, everything that has to do with didactics, learning, are they in the references? The game or the play as a learning motor, and the active pedagogy, of course. As you can tell, when you read such things, the play is it the main pedagogy, or is it pedagogy among others? Of course, pedagogy, active pedagogy, if you allow me to go inside the black box of the class. Who's active? Active for who? And also the facilitator educator. Is he a facilitator? Does he engage? Is he always beside the child? Of course, we have talked about inclusion and equity, especially in the where the countries when you have maternal deaths, and certain teams must be present during the assessment and evaluation period. First example Finland, the law, the framing law, there is no reference for autonomy. However, the curriculum national of the education of the early childhood, we have six fields of competencies. The example of the six, we have competences and transversal competencies, such as capacity, autonomy capacity. What's interesting for us is that that in this phase we have three levels of management or mastery. We have the first level, the start of the mastery number 1, and the mastery the expected mastery number 3, and the expert mastery. And we also have what do we mean by these three levels? And is to understand and to be put in a situation of learning that is based on playing and games that are adapted to the age and the needs of the child, and also to have an autonomic games or play. So we know that the play pedagogy is not easy, and the other example is Quebec. We have numerous changes, and they have thought about diverse pedagogies for diverse categories of society, to eliminate socio-economic inequalities, and to use the numeric and the digital tools that they have, and the competencies, the professional competencies, as we saw in Finland, it's very tremendous. And also France. France is a country where we have a large number of decisions. We have a national curriculum and the curriculum of the career or the educators themselves. It's very detailed, and we are in 5 fields. We are now thinking about the initial training, and also the access qualifications and professionalizations. When it comes to competencies for France, the references here are very firm to the educators, and every educator, all of them share the same objective, a common objective. We are very global in our process and our training and initial training. We move forward step by step, and it starts with the educator, and to have an initiative, a creative initiative, and to have emotional intelligence. Australia is a bit different. We are in a they work in a framework of 7 fields. I will tell you the 7 fields because it's really interesting. Healthcare, security, education, a relation with the children, the partnership with the family, governance, and leadership. We have 5 cases of learning models for children. examples of practical examples. We have stimulative exercises and continuous evaluations. The game or the play is in Australia is identified as the central or a central pedagogy. South Africa, you know, the history or the story of South Africa. The enrollment is obligatory because whether it should be signed because we have to have the future educators to have certain structures that are clear, and they have 9 fields of competencies in which they show the importance of social justice, inclusion, linguistic and cultural diversity, and of course always the child protection. And it's the training throughout the entire career is also written in the reference. And the curriculum in South Africa has 5 sections. The first one, the characteristics of children from the age from birth until age 4, and the strategies that favorize the development and the positive growth. And of course, we have the famous example, China. It's a reference that we work on. They work on and they centralize the play pedagogy. Of course, it's regional. China adopts a regional reference, specific, and also a specific reference for preschool education, and 4 fields for Ivory Coast or Côte d'Ivoire is the planification, and to have professional competencies is to have the knowledge of programs, also the leadership competencies. We need the teams, and we need to mobilize local actors, especially in the sub-Saharan countries where we need collectivity, and of course technological competencies, and be able to use the recent technological tools. And to conclude, the absence of a unique model and the importance of the coherent values, training practices, and to show the importance of certain competencies according to the country, especially taking initiatives, and the ethics, and also the using of the 3 levels of education. Of course, the ethics of the country, of the career in certain countries, and in certain countries, when they have their global reference, they show the 3 levels: the primary, secondary, and third school. These are a few questions that are brought to you by this presentation. Is the how, or what is the choice of how to choose the proper reference in preschool education, and what are the initiatives, whether national or regional, and of course what are the benefits of this references, and what are the signs or the proof that this reference has worked, and also how can we take into consideration, or what are the expertise that must be taken into consideration in this field. And we will see of course, this later. And also, what are the indicators to measure the impact on the field in the classroom? And quickly, the transversal analysis, it's to answer your questions. What are the responsible authorities? Who defines the national framework, and who defines the objectives of the initial training, and who manages the link between the training and assigning process, and who certifies the end of the training, and also the sites of training. Also, the challenges that we have is to have a coherent professionalization and homogenic professionalization. And we also face the challenge of acknowledging the educators, preschool educators' importance. I know it's very hard to teach preschool than to teach high school. Madame Chantal, vous aurez 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes. The training time is it changes from one country to another according to the reference you're using. In Germany, the training time is 1 year, and structural limits. We have talked about financing, and also the practices, the internships, and also accompanied practices, and autonomous practices. I want to, of course, we have seen this. I want to. Okay, one minute, please, Madame Ripoche. You only have 1 minute. Okay, have 2 seconds. The coaches, their main challenge is to have the quality. Who recruits them? What are the trainings that continue? What is the initial training? What are the best optimal practices? And thank you so much. Thank you for your understanding, and thank you for this intervention and this analytic and the comparative analysis. We know that these are not very simple techniques. These are related to the educator's job. Thank you so much. And now with the initial training, and also the accompanying and the training that will follow up, of course this is a pedagogy, and it's a reflection, also as a societal reflection that we need to do, and are now taken seriously in the scientific field of research, and how can we achieve the best learning strategies in preschool education and curricula. It is very important that we go back to the international reference. In Morocco, we developed our own context, and now our next speaker will be talking just about that.
We will be talking about the development of preschool education. Madam Iman is as well the director of the Institution of Preschool Education for the region of Rabat Saleh. We will be talking about the reference for the educators in preschool education. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Malika. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the High Council of Education, Training and Research, as well as all the other partners, namely the UNICEF, for making it possible. I would also like to thank the experts present here with us, the audience, your enriching discussions. It is our responsibility to try and share our knowledge with all the different parties. Madame Chantal has talked about international approaches. I will now talk to you about the Moroccan experience concerning the competences referential of training educators. Before starting my presentation, I will give you some statistics about preschool education in the public sector here in Morocco, as well as the private sector, as well as non-structured education. Between 2022 and 2026, we notice a huge difference in the number of classes. There is a significant increase, as you can see in the numbers in front of you, as well as the number of educators from 2022 until 2026. And here I will start by a quote from the speech of His Majesty the King in 2018. We insist on the importance of elaborating a pedagogical framework on a national level in order to serve as a reference for all preschool educators that covers the methods of teaching, the norms of quality, as well as the training of educators. It is also our priority to develop pedagogical methods based on structured curriculums. Just to introduce you, the preschool education is essential based on the strategic vision of Morocco 2015-2030. We have launched that preschool education of high quality is one of our pillars in development. With our partner UNICEF, we worked on forming the High Council of Education, Training and Scientific Research in order to develop a new curriculum in 2026. Our objectives are based on the royal instructions, as well as our constitution, and there are multiple national strategic documents that are concerned with preschool education. We have two clear objectives. The first one is to have references in human resources for recruitment, training, evaluation, as well as career development. And there's also assuring the competences of educators to cover the needs of students. As for the structure of our plan, we focus on the training of the educators throughout their high education. For the first level, which is an educator in preschool, it requires at least a high school degree, a training of at least 60 days in the preschool field, as well as passing the exams, both written and oral. As for the mission, the educators are required to welcome, animate activities, take care of hygiene and security, as well as communicate with parents. And the most important competencies is to be able to work with other partners and other educators. The second level of educators, which is qualified educator, it requires at least 2 years of high education after high school, as well as a training of 30 days. In addition to passing the tests, the main missions of qualified educators is to have good understanding of the pedagogical project, as well as mediating with other partners. And among the most important competencies is to be able to follow the curriculum as well as develop it. The third level is a reference educator, which requires a BA degree, which is 3 years after high school, or 4 years, or a promotion after 6 years of being a qualified educator, in addition to a 60-day long training after passing the selection. Its principal missions is to follow up with colleagues, analyze practices, and lead pedagogical projects. And among the key competencies, of course, is to handle the classroom. The competences that are well defined in our plan is to develop these educators, train them. They should be able to be selected on a clear set of standards and rules in order to, and we can divide it into 5 different axes. The first one is the efficiency of work. Second, creativity and spirit of initiative. Third, communication and interpersonal relationships. 4, autonomy and organization. And last but not least is finishing the required tasks, which is to be able to accomplish all of their established goals. And all of these competencies are based on 3 different competencies. The first one is experience and competencies, as well as knowledge accumulated across the years. They all pass different exams, they all pass different selection processes. Now about training educators. In this scheme here, we can see the structure that can be divided into 3 key steps in training preschool educators. The first step is to analyze our needs. This step allows us to have a strong foundation, and then we move to identification of the needs, analyzing the context, strategic frameworks, and developing the required dispositives. The initial training, starting from the bottom, is 400 hours long before taking charge of a classroom. It is divided into two axes, theoric one, as well as a practical one. The second step is the complementary initial training. It takes 1 year long, and it requires 300 hours in person as well as a project at the end of studies. And the very last one is the continuous training. As for certification, we here shed a light on the national associations, Foundation Zagura, for example, among others. These trainings are developed by the associations themselves. Par exemple, the training or the tool Melco that has been adapted to the Moroccan context. The ministry will audit a program on 10% of the population and then evaluate the results before trying to implement it national-wise. As for the components of the evaluation for the certification, we find one, the ability to animate a pedagogical situation in real life. Second, problem solving. Third, having sessions individually, and fourth, relying on the frameworks that have been adopted nationally. For example, the Melcomele. As a conclusion, our plan is a strategic pillar in order to train our staff for preschool education and develop the quality of teaching. It offers a clear framework for recruiting, training, and career development, guaranteeing a quality education and equitable education for all children. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Madam Iman, for respecting the time. Madam Ian has talked about the Moroccan competencies and how they have been used. This clarifies the expectations, the professional expectations, and how to train continuously the staff, as well as approaches to develop these trainings. And now the question is about the reference. I will now give the word to Madam Emma Pearson, a professor and research director, Early Childhood Education, Froebel Department of Primary and Early Childhood Education, Maynooth University in Ireland. They have worked with international entities in order to guarantee equitable education for all students and have worked about developing the norms of learning, among other very interesting topics. The presentation is titled Pedagogical Approaches for Quality Early Childhood Education. What works? What matters? Thank you very much, Madam Emma. The floor is yours.
Mon français est
Good morning. My French is very limited. Therefore, my presentation will be in English.
in beautiful Morocco again. And I am so pleased to be talking about a topic that is very close to my heart. So the hosts asked me to link pedagogy with quality early childhood care and education. And I'm super excited because I can see some real links between what my co-speakers have been talking about and some of what I'm going to talk about. I'm also super excited because I get to talk about the educator. I get to advocate for the educator. And as a previous, many years ago, early childhood educator myself, this has great meaning to me. I'm going to propose a pedagogy called intentional pedagogy as my preferred approach for early childhood ECCE. And the reason for this is that over many years of having the privilege of seeing many different ECCE settings, from a remote centre in Laos, which was so remote that the district educator had to travel on her motorbike for a full day to reach, to a model early childhood centre in Sydney, which had state-of-the-art resources and also parent fees to match those resources. The characteristic that I have seen for centres that provide the best or most enriching learning experiences for young children is this. They are intentional. They know not only about what works, they know about the choices available to them in terms of pedagogy, but they also know what matters. They are able to articulate very clearly why they do what they do. And I'll share a very short story. I'm conscious of time and I have so much to share with you. I once went into a centre where the inspectors had been visiting a few days before, and they'd set up a chicken hutch for their children because they believed that it was, learning about animals is very important for the young children. And the inspectors had come in and said, no, this is not safe, this is not hygienic for the children. And through a dialogue, these educators were able to push back and say, no, this is the reason that we've set up this space. These are the learning benefits for young children, and these are the steps that we have taken to protect hygiene. So intentional pedagogues can explain why they do what they do. I also wanted to explain this picture. This is a young lady who has basic education herself, this educator. She has had basic training in ECCE, but she has had the opportunity to work with a transformative program. So she lives in a minority village in northern Thailand where children speak a minority language, and she's worked with a linguistic program to bring children's resources into the village where they can learn in their mother tongue. And through her involvement in this program, her own practice has hugely benefited, and she has come to see what matters in her practice and the impact that she can have on her children. So this can happen in very low resourced settings, I've seen it, but also very, very well resourced settings. And there is evidence to support what my argument is. So this is the quality framework from Australia. My colleague, Madame Ripoche, was just talking about Australia. And And what they have found through a very detailed analysis of linking quality to child outcomes is that the most important aspect of quality is the educator relationships with children. So all of these aspects are important, but the most impactful is the educator's role in shaping the children's learning. So it's absolutely critical that ECE systems value the agency of educators to make change in their settings. Another piece of research that has been conducted by a colleague of mine whose career has been dedicated to try and understand the link between pedagogy and quality, Iram Siraj has looked at a range of ECCE settings. And what she has found again is that the role of the educator in extending children's learning is key to quality. So she's found in good quote-unquote good settings that there is a high level of child-initiated learning, so there's a lot of following children's interests. But in the excellent centres, there are educators who are skilled in taking those child's interests and extending their learning, asking them questions that kind of provoke their thinking and deepen children's understanding. And I'll give you some more examples of that as I work through the presentation. One thing that we do need to be honest about is that the research or evidence around links between specific types of pedagogy and quality and child outcomes is somewhat ambiguous. There is really no conclusive evidence that one particular approach works best, for a range of reasons, contextual, but also we know now that the quality of implementation of any particular pedagogical approach depends on the educator's skills in implementing that approach. We also know that this in turn depends on the nature and of the training that they receive and the skills of the trainers who are providing that training. So there are many complicated kind of considerations around selecting a specific approach. We have many choices available to us, ranging from rights-based approaches, child-centered approaches, Reggio Emilia, someone mentioned earlier today. But the most important decision, or the most important consideration, is that educators understand why they are using the approach that has been chosen for them. Another thing that we have, colleagues and I have noticed in our work around pedagogy, is that there are different views of pedagogy across different contexts. In the UK, where I am from, traditionally, we have seen pedagogy in terms of technical delivery of the curriculum. So the most effective way of delivering the curriculum. And that's how we train our teachers, or how traditionally we've trained our teachers. From this perspective, the educator is seen as an instrument. We want her to learn, him or her to learn the most effective way to teach. In other contexts, the view of pedagogy is much deeper. In European contexts, for example, pedagogy is seen as an act that involves values, beliefs. The teacher is seen as a whole person who brings his or her own perspectives with them, has his or her own experiences of education, and that shapes the way that they teach. This view of pedagogy sees teachers as instrumental. They can transform learning. They don't just deliver curriculum. Teaching to them is meaningful and transformative. Here's a picture of the most amazing male educator I've come across. He is based in New Zealand, and he is Maori. And when we talked to him, he was very, very proud of his Maori values. And this was threaded through all the teaching that he did with young children. So this is a picture of him teaching the young boys the traditional Maori haka dance. So again, a really kind of meaningful intentional approach to teaching. In the second picture, this is a young lady in Beijing who is teaching children from migrant backgrounds who have come into Beijing, and because of their status, they don't have access to ECCE. So this organization has created community-based spaces where children can come and learn. So again, really intentional, meaningful teaching that is designed to address a specific issue, not high-resourced, but meaningful and impactful for those young children. So intentional educators know and understand children. In theory, they know about child development, but they also know the children in their own settings. They want to know, they care enough to want to know about the children in their own settings. They also know and understand the curriculum. They have a good knowledge of the curriculum, but they want to adapt the curriculum in a way that will suit the needs of the children in their care. They also know about resources and materials. They can make intentional decisions about how best to use the materials in their contexts to suit their children's needs. And they use all of this knowledge to plan, to carefully plan for children's learning. And they select a variety of approaches to do this. The really important point that builds on some of what Divya was saying is that intentional educators need to be supported through an intentional system. So a system of ECCE that knows what it wants for children. And these goals are threaded through curriculum, which is aligned with pedagogy, which is aligned with resources available to teachers, and is aligned to monitoring and assessment. And at the heart of that is an understanding of the different needs of educators, children, families, and communities. And I think we've seen this raised by a number of speakers across these 2 days. I wanted to give you a brief example that Divya shared with me around why this is so important. So in one of the countries that she worked in that was really committed to improving quality, they brought in a system of inspection, but because of a lack of availability of preschool educators, they brought in primary educators. And the primary inspectors were looking for very different types of pedagogy than ECCE teachers were implementing, and so they were very critical. And these mixed messages are very unhelpful and very disempowering for ECC educators. So it's really important that the system supports that intentionality. I just wanted to give you a few examples from a piece of research that asked educators what intentional teaching is. And this kind of illustrates that extension of children's learning. So one educator said intentional teaching is where teachers truly know their children and use this understanding to join in and guide children when the opportunities arise. So when they're playing, the teacher will join in and get them to count, to teach emergent maths. A lovely example on the right-hand side of the screen is a teacher who provided experiences for children to explore floating and sinking, and then realized through her conversations with a young boy that he wasn't fully understanding the two concepts. So further explored them with him, and then the next day continued the activity with new resources to try and ensure that his understanding was developed. So again, intentional educators are constantly engaged with their children's learning, extending it and responding to young children. So just to kind of summarize, an intentional pedagogue, 2 minutes, focuses on, and I use the first person, my children, the materials and resources available to me, my goals for the children and for myself. And these are connected to the curriculum. These pictures are all from settings where I've been, where materials are used very effectively and very intentionally by teachers to really deliver meaningful learning. This is a beautiful video. I may show it if we have time, it's 2 minutes, but I wanted to move on to implications then for workforce development. So, if we want to see that intentionality among teachers, it's critical that we acknowledge the critical role of educators in making decisions around what is appropriate for their children. They are agentic, they are active. They don't just deliver a curriculum. We see them as critical in kind of bridging the gap between the curriculum and the children in their context. And training, in order to facilitate this, emphasizes understanding, interpreting, responding, and applying. So in pre-service training, we might have active engagement. We're not just telling teachers what they need to know. We're asking them, how are you understanding this? What do you already know about education? What has been your experience? How does what we are teaching you connect with that experience? And how does your experience align with what we're teaching? And how might you apply, say, play-based approaches in your own context, and what might the challenges and opportunities be? So it's very much an interactive, interpretive approach. And in service training, and Morocco has a fantastic opportunity to incorporate this in a really meaningful way, because you have such strong systems of in-service training. Tailored CPD that responds to issues that are being raised in individual settings, with opportunities for example, with a play-based approach, training around play-based approaches, but also supporting settings to try those approaches out and then come back with feedback and to work through issues and challenges. And, just finally, let's focus on skills for intentional teaching. So focus on observation, how to use observation to guide children and to plan for learning, working with families and communities and leadership. And finally, the strong intentional systems that where curriculum pedagogy, monitoring and assessment is aligned.
Thank you, Emma, for your very well contribution. Non, Madame Persson se recentre la réflexion sur les pratiques, les approches.
We will talk about the practices and the
se construit dans les
in the everyday interactions, and also the efficient approaches, and how to support each context in an inclusive manner, and also highlights the important role of educator, and also the learning and the learning process. Madame the President, Mr. The Vice President, everyone, we have a very coherent presentations. We have heard an analysis. The question here is how to assure this, to ensure coherence between policies and the decision-making process. Now I will open the floor for Q&As. Please be short, and we will take 3 questions maximum, please. Good morning, everyone. I am Amina Benzakour from the World Bank. My question is for Emma Persson, and I will ask it in English because I don't want it to be lost in translation.
Just a presentation. My question is, intentionality is obviously very important, but in a country like Morocco, where we're starting to generalize access to, or we're generalizing access to education right now, ensuring quality is homogeneous across different systems, across different regions. How do you empower educators at this stage where standardization is the focus right now? Can that be done at the same time? Like, can you make sure things are standardized and also empower educators to create this intentionality? Or does it require a first, foundation of standardization, and then you can empower educators more? I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Great question. Thank you so much. So most systems for ECCE are standardized. Most have a national curriculum, and most have quality standards frameworks. But as we've heard through the last few days, the implementation of teaching and learning happens across very diverse settings, even in the kind of most standardized contexts, if that makes sense. So even within highly standardized systems, there needs to be recognition that teachers are going to encounter children with vastly different needs and abilities, including, we've heard discussion around the importance of inclusion of children with disabilities. And just on a kind of going off the track a bit, this is becoming more of a kind of early childhood issue, because children are coming into our settings with vastly different needs and from different backgrounds. So my answer is yes, we still need to kind of focus on preparing teachers to be able to address the different needs of children. And the only way that there are two, for me, essential ingredients. The first, actually even more important than intentionality, is care. We have to respect that the majority of people coming into early childhood care deeply about children, and we have to build on that care that they have for children to give them agency to understand and make decisions for those children. And it sounds like a big ask, but even in the most kind of resource-constrained settings that I've been in, when those educators are given support and space to kind of develop those skills of observation, and they're told, they're trusted. Someone says to them, we trust you to get to know these children and to know their needs. It is possible. And I hope that answered your question. It's a tricky one, and we're all struggling with that kind of balance.
Merci pour les interventions de qualité concernant. Je me représente parce que Jamal Shafiq.
I am Javal Shafiq. I'm a central inspector, and I had the occasion to participate in multiple training centers of educators in the National Center, and I have met my colleagues, educators, and I have seen and I have witnessed in real life this problem. My question is, we talk about educators, and as Madame Chantal, we need first to define the status of this actor. Is he a teacher, an educator? We need to give them their rights, their due diligence, because it's very complex. It's the children are a brain that we develop, and we need to develop their cognitive skills, their emotional intelligence, social skills, and also to help them and understand their environments. So it's not an easy to teach a curricula. We don't know if it's a diversity or a divergence, because each country has its own specificities and characteristics. However, we need the next generations, and each generation faces enormous challenges, so we need to take this into consideration and put them into context while teaching and also while training. And for the educator, thank you, Mr. Jamal. Thank you. My second question, the curricula. How can we assess the curricula? Is there an assessment and evaluation? Is there any indicators and numbers you can give us? I think that I will answer this one. When we say educator or a teacher, it's of course according to the country. It's a professional and a very adult profession, and they are here to enable the thinking machine of children. This is what educators are here for. They have the professional training to utilize or be the tool of teaching. Of course, during the initial training, they do not have any children. They have an adult training, and then they will be trained with the children. And we have three main objects: is the job and the professional and the competencies, the behavioral competencies that are relating to dealing with children, and also the behavioral, once more, the behavioral strategies. And how can we, if we are talking about adopting the approach, the play approach, and we have a child, for example, how can we manage one child and how can we manage multiple children? I think that the main training program, or the initial training program, focuses on training the adult first, to allow them to concretely their needs, and then in the follow-up training, they are faced with children and they are trained to know and to acknowledge their needs and how to respond to them. And also we need to know what are the object of the main objectives of professionalization. About the curricula, Ms. Tala. The question, do you have a curricula? Have you are going towards a curricula that is more common and more journalized, especially the education on different environments, or is there is a common foundation of diversities?
Yes, of course, we've seen examples of curricula where a basic pedagogy and the content is outlined. But I think, and there are different frameworks. Reggio Emilia was mentioned, which really draws upon the environment to structure the child's learning, and other maybe less structured but similar approaches have been used. So, which then directly connects the child's lived experience with the learning of skills that we want to see. But I think related to that point is the focus on how the pre-primary teachers are supported to understand that. Yes. And there I want to actually draw upon Emma's example of, where the child is learning the floating, sinking terminology. And it's a very good example of how the teacher scaffolds the child's learning. So the child initially did not know the terms, but was observing and was trying to describe. So she helps the child with that, and then the next iteration, the child is actually using the terminology. And I think it's a very good example of how curricula can be used to draw upon the child's environment and turn them into teaching moments. And I want to very quickly relate this also to the teacher training, because if we can replicate that for teachers in their own training, how their training scaffolds their transition and, doing the intentionality, I think that becomes really powerful, because then you have empowered the teacher by their own direct experience of really seeing how it can be done. And I think particularly in the frameworks that you have, recognizing not just standards that you have so many years of training, but actually recognizing their experience to get translated into those minimum benchmarks that we have for teachers. I think those are all very powerful ways of achieving that same objective. I tried to correct too many points, but I hope it made sense. Thank you.
S'il n'y a pas de questions, donc on va passer à la synthèse tout de suite. D'accord, une dernière question. Ok, allez-y.
First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for this very enriching panel, and I would like to congratulate all the panelists and UNICEF for this initiative and their partners. Of course, the professionalization of educators is interesting to me, because I am a researcher and an educator, and also a coordinator of the pre-scholar research. And of course, one of the main challenges is the initial training, and we have 3 years of training and 1,900 hours, and and we are trying to align with the the international references. My question is, are we trying to train people just for preschool, or are we trying to prepare or train educators for teaching all the levels? And how can we evaluate the impact or assess the impact of this training on the child learning? And also the inclusive education in a practical context. Are the educators are teaching, and teachers are prepared to respond to specific needs of different categories and the people with special needs? Especially, do they have the skills, competencies, and love and care, most importantly?
Shukran. Thank you very much for attending our seminar. What we can evaluate in the training of educators is the competencies of students in the first year of primary school or elementary school. It really is apparent in the beginning of their elementary school career. The impact of the training, be that initial, complementary, or a continuous one, the competencies is directly related to the training of educators. As for the inclusive education, we are fully aware that we are only taken baby steps at the moment. We are in the embryonic phase of the project. My first focus right now is on this specific topic. We are trying to develop ways to provide quality education to students with special needs. The theme is extremely important and interesting, but I have a question myself. Madame Chantal, you have some clarifications to add. Can we please give the word to Mr. Salah first? I apologize for my late question. I would love to know, please, are there any conditions from the World Bank regarding following a certain pedagogical approach? It's a very important question. The World Bank requires some conditions. Do these conditions specify which type of approach to follow? I can reply not at all. There are no conditions imposed by the World Bank. However, there are conditions on the quality of education and on training educators. These are our standards and our conditions for preschool education. That's all. Just to a small precision about the preschool education. It is not the same approach for other levels of education. It is during these years that we realize what kind of special needs a student may have, and it is now that we need to consult with the families, have discussions to decide on an approach and on a further diagnosis. Therefore, this specific phase does not require the same competencies as other levels of education. So if you could please, now we will move to a short conclusion about what we have talked about. We have talked about the importance of training educators and on following a standardized curriculum developed on the needs of the students and on a continuous training of educators in order to guarantee an equitable and sustainable level of quality for all students, in order to make sure that the educators and the administrative cadres are fully equipped to take the challenge of preschool education. And the educational systems is a sacred one, and it is extremely important to all aspects of society. And of course, in early childhood, everyone has a right to education. Thank you very much.
Donc, une pause déjeuner, vous êtes invités.
And now it is time to have lunch for the lunch break.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous propose que nous puissions démarrer ce panel sur la continuité d'apprentissage. Je vais d'abord vous présenter mes 3 colistiers qui vont passer ce panel avec moi. J'espère qu'ils vont le...
Ladies and gentlemen, I will start by introducing my panel. I want to emphasize that it's important to stick to our timing. Our panel is focused on the continuity of learning in preschool and elementary school. On this panel, we will listen to Mr. Fouad Shafiqi, an expert, and he is currently the Secretary General of the High Councils of Education, Training, and Scientific Research. We'll also listen to Gala Rawi, a specialist in education research, works for the UNICEF. And last but not least, we will listen to Stephanie Jamet, a specialist in early childhood, a coordinatress of Talis Starting Strong, and structural quality, works with the OCDE. It is very important to develop early preschool education in rural areas, especially when we talk about those in need of education. Our council has had an amazing run so far and has done a lot for the country in developing the preschool education. Our status at the moment is very impressive. We have talked about the territorial spreading of preschool education. Today, the question has changed. The question is not, do we have the quantity for preschool education? The question is, what does the student have as assets when they reach elementary school? I am talking about Morocco, especially, but I'm pretty sure that the same question is asked globally. The question is pressing. Just to be clear, it shows the diversity of the pedagogical environment. It shows as well how diverse the environment is. And especially when we talk about the training of educators. The semantic discussion, whether we call it educator or a teacher, I believe that it is both. Both work perfectly fine. The methodology that we have developed is a robust one, and what we see today is that we did a very good job and it was an accurate diagnostic, but we have different objectives at the moment. It's not only about having infrastructure, but about the coherence between the different entities. Starting elementary school is one of the most significant steps in the life of a child. A child changes universe moving from preschool to elementary school. When we say changing his universe, we're talking about changing the whole paradigm, including the establishment, the teacher or educator. Therefore, we need a more the establishment is far more structured than any other entity the child has experienced before. We therefore need some standardized norms and standards to reach in order to be able to evaluate the success of this transition. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, allow me a few questions that I invite you to consider. The curricula in preschool and primary school, are they actually aligned? Do they share a shared vision for the child? And finally, is the evaluation system, does it make our curriculum strong or does it fragilize it? Are we actually aware of what happens in this transitive phase and this educational channel that allows a child to access primary or elementary school? Is the child at the heart of this transition? This is a fundamental question. The quality of education is not a superficial question. We are here asking about a political question, not just social, not just economical, not just financial. And I mean it in the broader way of what are we building of this child in the far future. Fragilizing the fundamental knowledge will lead to losing the stability in the educational system, and eventually we will have students that are not interested in learning. And right now, we shed the light the most on students with special needs. Therefore, we are trying to include them in our schools. I remember working with collaborators and partners 12 or 13 years ago. What happens when the preschoolers are with us in rural areas? It's like they move from a small village and they find themselves in Broadway, New York. The continuity, the pedagogical continuity is very important. Our students will always have a problem with inclusion. Should we adapt elementary school to preschool or the other way around? This is what we will try to see right now with our panelists. We're talking here about the governance of the entire system and as well in developing the strategies. Without further ado, I just insist that the responsibility is a collective one and we have to all work towards our objectives and our goals. The quantitative side of this study is good, it's decent, but the qualitative side of it is even more important. Because we need students to be integrated in society and not just on the margins of society. We find this in the programs, in the practices, and of course, in the profession. And hopefully one day, we find ourselves overcoming the true societal hurdle that we are facing right now. It is very important to invest in the child, in the school, in the society as a whole. It is investing in preschool is investing in society itself. Whatever the price is, we need to invest in ourselves and in our students. I am a militant when it comes to this topic. I am an activist, which is why I am so invested in the topic. Right now, I will give the mic to Mr. Fouad Shafiqi, an expert Secretary General in the Higher Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research. Mr. Fouad, the floor is yours. It is only 15 minutes for you, despite being the Secretary General. I intervene today as Fouad Shafiqi, not as the Secretary General of the Council. Thank you very much, Mr. Jamal, for the introduction. You have said the very heart of our topic. I want to talk to you about the question of transition. It is a question that we rarely ask ourselves or try to overcome, which is the transition from preschool education to elementary school. There are multiple students that arrive to primary school with a lot of lacunes. Especially when languages are different, when the language used in the preschool is different than the one used in primary school. And the same thing we face when the student moves to university for higher education. Right now we are talking specifically about the transition from preschool education to elementary school. And we have some facts in front of us. They're giving us signals. We're talking about a study done by the INE, but there was also a study done on first grade elementary school students, which shows that the educator is not always there to help the students succeed the first grade. To the point that we ask the question, what's the point of preschool education at all if the results are not apparent, if the students who have been through preschool education don't show any advantage over those who have not. To start, in Morocco, we have started 2 projects in parallel. The first one is to reconsider the elementary school curriculum between 2018-2016, and it is in effect starting from 2021. We worked on developing a curriculum as well for preschool education. We only had one curriculum for private schools, and usually they were imported from private schools from abroad. And it is basically a premature elementary school curriculum. Preschool education was just based on elementary school. It is a classroom with the tables and the desks lined in the same way we would do in primary or elementary school. Because not all students had access to preschool education. Starting from 2018, we started a different curriculum, and we tried to endow our country with a a framework document. It is a reference document that orients and organizes preschool. It is based on pedagogical approaches using resources that are particular to their age, using games, for example, and with a different timetable, of course. The second objective was to try to harmonize what happens inside a preschool education for those who did not have a reference. We are talking here about the editors of pedagogical approaches for preschool education who had the responsibility to adapt their curriculum to the national one. And it is very important or pretty challenging to try to align all the different parties. The evolution of preschool education is based on four essential principles. The first one, as I have seen in other intervention, in every preschool system there is a bit of adaptation to the context. The first principle we have here is to participate in edification of project of society. And the second principle is to take into consideration the specificities of early childhood and the needs of the children at that age. The third principle is to try to always enforce equality and equity between all Moroccan students. And the fourth principle is to give value to all innovations. Here I give you some statistics, some numbers, just to put into perspective. We've seen many statistics today, but I'm treating it from a different angle over here. In 2018, we only had 690,000 students, but by 2024, we have 955,000 students. This is an impressive increase in number. As you can see here in this table, we see that the non-structured education represented 62%, almost 63%, but today it is only 13%. Therefore, the non-structured preschool education has transformed. However, the public sector went from 13%, because back in 2018, there was only one association that formed one class within an elementary school. And thanks to the help that was done by the Zagora Foundation and other parties, of course, it didn't have as much weight at the time in 2018. We can see that the private sector has stayed basically stagnant along the years. We can say that the private model is saturated as it is, or as it has been for years now. All those that can afford a private preschool already use it, but the others who cannot are right now, at least mostly, they are turning to the public sector preschool education rather than the non-structured one. The foundations of preschool education is to develop the psychosocial competencies that allow auto-development and the adaptations to the needs in life. The second principle is to allow an openness in the personality of the child and prepare learning and acquisition. And the last and third principle is to make roots in the sense of belonging in the child. These principles have been based on some references in curricula between preschool education and elementary school. This framework for early childhood education helps us align what happens in the preschool and what happens in the elementary school in order to ease the integration of preschoolers into elementary schools. And we also had to work on a curriculum for the elementary school on the different grades. And just to be honest, those who worked in the preschool education did not have anything in common with the educational framework in an elementary school. It is very difficult to align elementary school to preschool. We cannot construct a curriculum for primary school before having a preschool curriculum. The framework of the curriculum in elementary schools for both the public and private sectors is essential and mandatory. Private schools have the right to add other subjects, but they have to stick to the provided curriculum. The question was, what are our expectations from the preschool education? In Morocco, we know that there are some preschool education that are selective, either based on the socio-economical status, and here I'm talking about the private sector, and or it is selective based on the geographical location of the child and the access to a school. Therefore, our main principle is that children should all be accepted independently of their circumstances. We have different children from all walks of life, but they need to exit the preschool curriculum far more harmonized and homogeneous. We expect that by the end of preschool, students should be able to integrate a primary school. They should have the psychological and emotional ability to learn and to be somewhat autonomous in their learning. You only have 3 minutes left. As for the pedagogical competencies, We have seen this morning. I was made aware of a new framework that was provided to us by the Ministry of Education. We can see that we all agree, we just phrase these competencies differently. There is a new framework that has not yet been adopted by the ministry, but it is a project for the future. Where the student is expected to explore themselves and their environment, to have the tools that would help them organize their thoughts, be able to communicate and to express themselves linguistically, and the student should also be able to develop their ability to move, as well as their artistic and aesthetic taste. Preschool education is based on different projects. We are now talking about some methods of animation, how it is important to adopt games in order to teach, as well as accompany each child in discovering themselves and their environments. Moving now to the elementary school. First of all, speaking about disciplinary instruction, the linguistic subject should take 55% of time, STEM subject should take 25% of time, and the 20% left should be relative to socialization and other subjects. And of course, each subject gets a certain period of time. As for evaluation, students need to take a quiz or a test every 6 weeks. There is a big gap between preschool education and elementary school as we move from a global pedagogical approach to an extremely academic one. The question is, what are the pedagogical predispositions that should be taken in order to help the preschooler access elementary school? The answer is provided in two fundamental documents. The first one is the national chart. We find in Article 60 that the preschool and primary school teachers should be consulted in order to have a harmonization. And we find the same proposition in the framework law 5117 chapter 3 article 8 that preschool education should be open to children from 4 to 6 and has to be progressively integrated into pre or elementary school education. And last but not least, in 2024, there has been a study, and we have now a report that has been published. And in this report, we find that one, we have noticed that in the matrix of oral expression in the framework of preschool education are similar to those in elementary school. We have noticed as well that elementary school curriculums have some repeated aspects from preschool education, for example, relearning letters and numbers and geometric shapes, among other aspects. This guarantees a cohesion and a coherence between preschool education and elementary school. The Ministry of Education has insisted that there is a harmony between the two educations. And the second point I wanted to highlight, when I speak about harmonizing preschool education and elementary school, we're not talking about governance, we're only talking about the harmonizing or aligning the curricula. Based on the chart and the strategic view, the development of preschool education should be integrated into primary school, but we see that this integration has not yet taken place. If you allow me, I will conclude by shedding light on some works that have been done on the integration of preschool education into elementary school. And this integration is an answer to the political question of how to align and how to make education a continuous line. And here we have a work done by Alba González Morera et al. 2023, and I quote from some studies that have been done on this specific transition. In the first article cited in front of you, I quote, they have found that 460 subjects or articles on the topic, and they started filtering the articles that do not take into consideration the continuity of studies. And out of the almost 500, they only had 67 articles on the transition between preschool education and elementary school. Among the 67 articles, there were different pedagogical approaches that have been adopted. And only few of them have taken into consideration the children or the students themselves and their families and the environments. The result is that in most countries, there are some distortions in the transition from preschool education to elementary school. And we can see this distortion when we see a preschooler that moves to elementary school and they get either bad marks or they have to repeat a whole year. This shows that preschool did not do its job properly. There's also another reference I have here. It was a study done by the National Entity for Educational Matters. If preschool education and elementary school education do not concert and try to harmonize their curricula, it will unfortunately be very difficult to integrate. It is important that educators know what happens in each level, and there should be a smooth transition between the two. Having to take tests every 6 weeks in elementary school is a very harsh transition for a preschooler, and we need to ease this tension between the two cycles. It's like a secret illness that we cannot see. And thank you very much for your attention.
He took 10 minutes plus. He took his time. We have two fundamental questions that are very interesting. What keeps us from thinking what are the strategies that we should follow in 2020 until 2028, and also the question of leadership and how can we not have a problem that when it comes to implementation and examination. And now I will give the floor to Ghalia, please.
25 minutes après.
24. 24.
Il est en train de me corrompre. Il m'a dit je te rendrai les 10 minutes que j'ai pris en plus.
Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Madam President, Secretary General and colleagues, my name is Ghalia. I'm a research specialist with UNICEF Innocenti, and very, very glad to be here today and speaking about something that I'm very passionate about, preschool education, but also specifically the transition piece between preschool and primary school. And I was very happy that this is a topic that's being spoken about because it often goes unnoticed in policy discussions. Before I start, because I'm a researcher, I always have to collect data. So I want to start by asking you two questions, especially as we've just come from a very big and delicious lunch. So I'm going to ask the first question. If the answer is yes for you, I want you to clap. Okay? So can you tell me if you remember a moment as a child where you learned something through play? Okay. My second question is, do you remember learning something as an adult through play, experimentation, or curiosity? Okay, we have a few yeses, a few non-claps. Maybe that's a non-response, maybe that's a no, so I need to collect more data, I think. So before I start, I also wanted to share a quick story. So I grew up in Jordan, I went to preschool there, and I remember one day on a sunny morning in Amman, we were guided outside to play, and our teacher asked us to take a few things from the classroom to play with outside. I chose a prism. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it outside, but it was one of the options. And as the light passed through that prism, I saw a rainbow come out of the other side. And I remember my teacher telling me there are characteristics of this prism that make light disperse and come out as a rainbow. And this, without using specific words, we were learning about light refraction at a very young age. And this is something many, many years later I remember, even as an adult. What I remember less clearly is experiences from primary school. Even though I was still learning, the modality in which we were learning changed. We were sitting in classrooms with our textbooks that maybe were a little bit scary for us after learning through play and with bricks and many different materials. We didn't stop learning through play, but the system expected us to. And so this is what we're going to discuss today. How can we make sure that children are still learning in the best and most aligned way to their own needs and developmental progress? So for our agenda, we'll discuss the transition between pre-primary and primary education. First of all, its importance, but also some challenges to achieving this, but also what can be done to support transitions, and finally, a few examples of how this is being done in practice. So why does this transition matter? We've heard a lot about early childhood education benefits for socio-emotional learning, for early literacy skills, for early numeracy skills. But if the transition to primary education is not smooth, if it's not coherent, and if there's abrupt changes in pedagogical approaches and the quality of teachers, these gains from early childhood education that we work so hard to achieve can fade and even disappear if the transitions are poorly designed. And children's experiences during this transition predict their later social, emotional, and learning outcomes. And it's especially important because good transitions are very beneficial for children for more disadvantaged backgrounds who may face even further challenges as they integrate into primary school. And so the question we should ask, is it ready children or ready schools? And the answer is both. We have a lot of evidence that really emphasizes the importance of school readiness, that children should leave primary schools with the basic skills that can enable them to enter primary schools. And there is wide agreement on that, and we're always working towards increasing children's school readiness. But the school must also be prepared for the child. It's not enough that the child is prepared for the school. And this is an important piece of the transition puzzle that we'll discuss today. Before we start with how we can achieve this, I wanted to demystify some concepts of why these transitions might fail. In some contexts, we see the prioritization of what is called schoolification of preschool. And what that means is preschool classrooms take on some more characteristics of primary school, which are more academic and focused, higher student-to-teacher ratios, longer hours, in an attempt to prepare the child for a primary classroom, when this is actually the opposite of how children learn best. And the onus of preparing the child should not only be on the preschool, it should also be on the primary school. Transitions are often treated as a one-off, singular event and not a dynamic process that involves many different actors, and that's oftentimes why it also fails. And finally, there are structural barriers that limit cooperation across educational levels, be it different ministries that are responsible for pre-primary education or primary education, but also physical spaces. Primary schools may often be in different buildings as pre-primary classrooms, so how are teachers going to collaborate? So there are some things that kind of make it a bit more challenging to pay attention to this period of a child's life. So how can we make the transitions work? You may have seen this Build to Last framework my colleague Divya presented earlier. It's a UNICEF framework that summarizes the key components of pre-primary education delivery. So I won't explain the framework, but we'll use it as a grounding tool to understand where the alignment needs to happen for smooth transitions between pre-primary and primary education. So starting with curriculum development and implementation. And just to note that these slides are based on evidence from different countries and examples where some countries have adopted some of these practices, and so I've kind of summarized them here together. So what can be done to support transitions from a curriculum implementation perspective? Research shows that one of the biggest shifts that children experience between pre-primary and primary education is in the curriculum. Curricula in pre-primary education are often around developmental domains, and the outcomes are around children's fine motor skills, children's language development. When they progress to primary, we see a shift where it's more subject-based, and expectations for their outcomes change. So one thing that can be done is making sure there's shared learning goals across pre-primary education and primary education, but also making sure that curriculum frameworks can span ages of 3 to 8 in order to support children in this period and have more of a continuum in terms of the expectations of their learning outcomes. And finally, the slides are cut off, but it's also important that there is a little bit of flexibility in terms of curriculum implementation that can allow for this to happen. The second point is prolonging children's experience to play-based learning. So play-based learning can extend into primary school, and it's better not to have the opposite, where more teacher-centered learning goes into preschool, because the evidence has shown that play-based learning and imaginative learning is the best way that children learn, as we've seen over the past 2 days. An important caveat to doing so, however, is really there needs to be a system change, because if performance measures in primary schools are still tied to strict measures of whether teachers are finishing the curriculum or a different kind of performance measures, there will be less room for them to be able to implement play-based learning in the classroom. And speaking of teachers, we go to the next core component of preschool delivery, which is the workforce development. So how can we support our teachers to better prepare children for the transition? So in some countries, they do joint training and professional development opportunities for educators and head teachers at both levels. So there are shared spaces where teachers and head teachers can come and learn about the best ways to educate the child in the first 8 years. And in terms of identifying curriculum professional development opportunities for them, it's important to identify spaces for them to collaborate and encourage that collaboration between the teachers, but also with the parents. So they can create communities of practice around how children best learn and how they can support each other in terms of the children's development. And finally, an important piece is, of course, the recognition of the pre-primary education workforce in terms of their expertise, but also professionalizing the career pathway. Evidence shows that teachers from pre-primary education tend to be more underpaid than teachers from primary school, and this, of course, can limit their maybe will and ability to engage with primary school teachers. The next core component is family and community engagement, and parents are a key change agent and a key driver of support for children in their development. A lot of countries, to support the transition, work to raise parental awareness and provide them with materials on the importance of and challenges faced during the transition period, because they may not be aware of the complexities of it and all the changes in the classroom and the pedagogical environment that their child will go through. But it's also important for parents to be aware of their own role during the transition process and how that changes as their child progresses through educational levels. So as the child grows, they might be expected to give their child a bit more agency, a bit more power in terms of decision making. It's also important for parents to know the need for ongoing engagement with educators from pre-primary and primary school, so that shouldn't be limited to one educational phase or the other, but have that constant line of communication with their teachers. And finally, it's important for parents to be aware of the importance of play-based learning in pre-primary and primary education, because if parents are not aware, there might be pushback in terms of the use of play-based learning, especially in the earlier years. And these points are especially important for children with disabilities or children who may have developmental delays, because of the information that can be shared from the pre-primary school to primary school in terms of where the child may be facing difficulties in the classroom, and that can help give a more holistic view of the child. In terms of quality assurance, what can be done to support transitions from a quality assurance perspective? So these are categorized into 3 areas. First is around indicators. It's important to develop indicators that can assess the quality of the transition, with accountability both falling on the preschool and primary school levels. So knowing to what extent there's joint trainings happening, to what extent information is being shared with parents about the child. So a few indicators that can be developed to support the transition piece. Standardization is the second one, and it's about trying to standardize the information that is shared from the preschool to the school and with the parents. I mean, we spoke a bit about standardization earlier, and the idea is not to limit preschools to one set of information that should be shared, but there is a minimum level of information that would be very beneficial. For example, things like whether the child has any difficulties concentrating or remembering things, or drawing, for example, from the Washington Group questions, and that can help later on support with any developmental delays or disabilities. And of course, applying the right safeguards and data protection measures for this. And finally, in terms of monitoring, monitoring across both the preschool and primary school levels is essential to regulate the quality of the transition piece. And finally, no change within the subcomponents will be complete without systemic change, because if not, it will remain piecemeal and at the own kind of effort of an individual teacher or an individual school. And this is especially important in the context of pre-primary education, where in a lot of countries, the responsibility for pre-primary education may sit within a different ministry than the Ministry of Education, but also different school buildings and such. And if that's the case, in some cases, it's possible to have sub-national governments support with the linkages and transition. For example, within one district, the sub-national government can identify a primary school with nearby pre-primary classrooms and be able to connect them and support the facilitation of knowledge exchange or communities of practice between teachers across the levels. Other countries have used dedicated transition coordinators who can help in the case of different ministries who are dedicated solely to support with the transition of information and connecting teachers. In some countries, we see more and more the integration of pre-primary classrooms within primary school buildings, and that's one way to kind of overcome the barrier of at least physical space between pre-primary teachers and primary teachers. And finally, it's important to plan for more teacher time and resources to actually dedicate to this transition, because teachers already have a lot of things to do, and if this is not factored into their work and the time that they have to commit, it may not be done. So in terms of the planning and budgeting stage, it's very important to factor this into their work. So just a few examples of countries where this is being done. The first box, we look at the curriculum implementation. We see in some Nordic countries, in Sweden and Finland, and in Wales as well, play-based approaches and experiential learning have extended into early primary. In New Zealand, similarly, learning approaches that are introduced in pre-primary are recognized and built on in primary. So in terms of how we spoke about the curriculum framework that keeps on developing and maintaining. In terms of workforce development, in Slovenia and Sweden, we see structured collaboration time between pre-primary and primary teachers. In Morocco, we've seen a lot of developments happening, but specifically the professionalization of teachers in pre-primary and professional alignment across levels. In Australia, we saw a strong commitment to support schools and parents and carers during the transition pieces through interventions, awareness-raising campaigns, as well as sharing of materials, and sharing of transition plans, as in Denmark, UK, and Wales. In Austria, we saw integrated campus buildings being developed more and more to close the physical gap between spaces. In Malawi, this is quite new and something that's being developed right now, but there's expansion of pre-primary classrooms in primary school buildings, and that's work that's happening now over the next 5 years. And then in Slovenia and Denmark, they have dedicated transition coordinators who can support, which was mentioned earlier. And one final example is from Vietnam that kind of cuts across the different components of the Build to Last framework. So first, in Vietnam, they're working towards moving away from teacher-centered methodologies and a very academic curriculum in primary into a competency-based curriculum for primary school. And learning through play has been identified as a key tool to achieve the objectives of that curriculum. We see within this effort, teachers and school leaders are being trained in play-based pedagogy for a holistic school reform. And it's very important here that we also see the school leaders involved in this as well, so that they can carry the school ethos in the same way as and support their teachers in implementing that. Another component, which is about the quality assurance piece that we spoke about, is equipping local education officers with tools and methods to monitor play-based implementation in primary school. So that can help in terms of understanding where potential gaps in the implementation are. And finally, as part of this effort, there's community-based outreach to parents to raise awareness on the benefits of play. So to wrap up, the key takeaways are, it's important to ensure that the child is ready for school, but we must also ensure that the school is ready for the child. Alignment needs to happen across the curriculum, pedagogical approaches, and teacher quality in both levels of education, so the responsibility doesn't just sit with one level. And finally, the transition needs to be treated as an ongoing dynamic process that's rooted in systemic change and requiring coordination across all stakeholders and ministries involved. And here are some of the references and key documents that really illustrate these points very well and that I've drawn on from this presentation. I'll leave it up if people want to take a picture of it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci, Ralia. Je garde juste une idée forte qui a été posée dans le pitch de Ralia aujourd'hui. Ready children or ready schools. I think it's a new... We have to do both, as you said. Et je pense que c'est une vraie question de fond pour travailler tous ensemble sur cette question. Stéphanie.
Stephanie, I invite you to the podium. I gave you 5 minutes more. I tried to be fair to both of you. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Yesterday I talked to you about the questionnaire TALIS, and now I will talk to you about the results of investing in early childhood. I will start my presentation by the mechanisms that are behind the investment in early childhood results. I have a hypothesis scenario that we've built from starting from different researches and assessments of early childhood. Now we have two children. One is a favorized child and one is defavorized child when it comes to competencies, emotional and cognitive competencies. And now we have them participating in early childhood learning, and as you can see the results, we will see and monitor the results at the age of 7 and the age of 15, and also at the age of 30. How the favorized or privileged child learns and has an effect, a very positive effects, and on the age of 15, this positive effect starts to diminish. However, it's not a flagrant diminution. now a defavorized child, if everything went well and the child of course profits from their early childhood learning. However, there is a decline, a diminishing in quality, the quality of teaching has diminished the gap. Of course, so we couldn't reduce the inequality between the two children, but we are more ambitious and we want vulnerable children. We want to of course augment and rise the performance and to have to reduce the gap at the age of 7, and to reduce and we hope that this gap reduction remains in the age of 15 and the age of 30, of course, and the inequalities reduced over the life cycle through early childhood learning, education and care. We have a number of factors that contribute to have this long-term impact. Of course, we have the age where we start the preschool learning, and of course the number of hours, and the quality and quantity nexus. Of course, it's very important because when we say the quantity, when we start a very early, a young age, or this is where we talk about quality. If we have more hours and more educators that are capable of adapting to the children, now we're talking about quantity. And other factors are the areas of development that are targeted by the early childhood education and care, and because early childhood learning enables children to better learn later on. And for the vulnerable children, it's very important that they have the ambition to continue learning. And as I said, then all of you have agreed, we need the engagements of parents and families, because we need that the effect and the impact must be sustainable and lasts for a lifetime. That's with the help of parents and families. Sustaining environment and dynamic complementarities. We have the primary and later education. It's very important that to prepare the schools for children and not only children for school. We need to have an impact, a short-term impact and a long-term impact, because we have academic investments and we do not need or want to lose that impact, and we need to coordinate with other services that could help the child. So finally, what we want is that the positive long-lasting effects and on individuals' outcomes later in life. And we also want this impact to be powerful on vulnerable children. And if we had this two sides of this equation, we will actually be able to mitigate inequalities. And we need to identify the impact of early or preschool and also the policies that are meant to be implemented and take place, such as healthcare or other policies that take place in coordination with these entities. We also are interested on the long run impact. For example, the World Bank that highlights the importance of the cost and the benefits. The Nordic countries are the countries that interests or gives much importance and priority to preschooling, and they valorize the well-being of the child. It's one of my. It's in the first slide is to look up the long-term impact and effects. Last point I want to mention is from many countries are approaching a universal approach, and it's very complicated to right now to measure the effects later on. What can we do with the PISA? And now, briefly, I will present to you the Moroccan results, and then I will come back to the early childhood and the PISA results. Here, these are the average scores in Morocco and other MENA countries if in mathematics, reading, and science. And the people who had repeated the grade at least once in primary and secondary education are very elevated. It's more than 10%, and it's very high in Morocco. And another result in PISA is that we have done this questionnaire to see the tendencies. Morocco has participated twice in 2010 and 2020, and the MENA region. We have mathematics, reading, science, as you can see, as shown in the graph. And finally, when it comes to the gap between the results, PISA. In the MENA region, there is a gap between privileged and vulnerable children, and for Morocco, the difference between the gap between the girls and boys is as seen in the graph, and in Morocco, it's the opposite. Girls are more educated. What can we learn from PISA on early childhood education and care? The PISA questionnaires, of course, reflects the results that are shown in PISA reflects the results and the system and approach that has been done 10 years prior. It's an information that has questions for students of 15 years that maybe do not remember or recall when they started their school. And sometimes talking to the parent is not the best idea as well. However, it's an international source that is used in universally, and many countries have participated in the early childhood, and it's not a cause-consequences effect. As I said before, like many countries in the MENA region, the majority of children has or have 2 years of preschool. And these are my notes, and now I will move to what we have found. Participation, it's of course a simple statistic about the gap between the gap on participation in preschooling. It's a national experience, and we have international measures to measure this performance. And for Morocco, 10 years ago, the percentage has been under the average, and of course right now, and we had a very weak gap between the participation of girls and boys. The gap between the privileged and vulnerable children in Morocco is higher 10 years ago. And we have the same results when we see or check the level of education of parents. And if the parent is from immigrant parents or no, the importance of knowing the tools to measure all this, because even countries that do not have any political universal problems, they have a problem reaching the vulnerable categories and children. And sometimes there is a lack of trust between the society and the state generally. It's very important that through PISA we can follow up this participation. And right now we need to link these scores in mathematics, a way of measuring the performance. In the age of 15, the age of 15, we have a variation of countries in general. These are positive indicators that
نلاحظ أن هناك اختلافات. We notice that there are many differences. An explanation to this is the difference in quality of education from one country to another, which explains why early childhood education is not at the same level on the long term. Also, is the students in elementary school able to build on what they learned in preschool? When we look at the average, we see that we are pretty close. if we zoom in on these results, as we can see here in the curve, we see the average mark in math in the MENA region versus in Morocco. We see it at least once a year but less than 2, at least 2 years but less than 3 years or more. This curve does not take into consideration the socio-economical environment of the students. And it shows that the more scores you get, or the higher the marks you get, is relative to your socio-economical environment. It shows here that on average in the MENA region, it increases from 1 year to 2 years, but it doesn't increase much from 2 years to 3 years. But on the other side, when we see the curve of education in Morocco, we see that it is basically the same style. However, we see that at about 3 years of preschool education, we see that there is a significant increase in learning, which means that the results support the 3-year system of preschool education. When it comes to failing a grade and having to repeat it, we see that there is a negative results. Preschool education does not affect repeating grades. As a conclusion, PISA shows a positive link between children's participation in preschool and outcomes at age 15, which means higher mathematics scores and lower grade repetition. When we compare the size of the effects between Morocco and the MENA region, we see that they are about the same weight or about the same size in effects. There are gaps in the participation in preschool in Morocco according to children's socio-economic background. And here I finish my presentation. If you need more information, please read the publication. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Stephanie. You respected time because of the long time that Mr. Fuad had taken. You're all invited to dinner tonight. He will pay. It's on his bill. Thank you very much, Stephanie. I want to comment on one thing because this is important for me. For those who do not understand that preschool education is fundamental, I think that Stephanie has debunked that easily and clearly based on the studies that have been done. It is very important for the future, for our future students. And now we will receive questions. I will take no more than 4. I would love to hear 2 men and 2 women. And if there is a gap and there are more women who want to ask questions, I have no problem with that. Thank you very much for the quality of all of these interventions. My question directly is, my impression on these PISA results is that the elementary school curriculum and the preschool education curriculum, how can we better them? How can we go back and try to make them even better and more aligned and more harmonized? Because there's always this gap when the preschooler reaches primary school. Any other questions? Yes, mister. The microphone, please. I do not have a question, but I do have a comment. Shab Al-Ghanzouli, director of Dar Ghana, former president of Integrative Education. And I believe that there is a silver lining between the different topics. I apologize, I will not speak in an academic language. I will speak as an everyday manager working on the field. If you allow me, I will start by generalizing preschool education nationally that started in 2018, which has made of preschool education one of the most highlighted topics at the time, and today we see that it has been fruitful. Today we see that in high schools and even in middle school and in the rates of succeeding high school, it is human development. Human is at the heart of our projects. We invested in the human capital. Morocco invested in its people. And now we see the effects of preschool education on the individual, on the child, on the human. I don't always use the term child because I see in the child the future, a future adult. And if you allow me, I will share with you an anecdote that happened to me as an regional inspector. As I was discussing or talking to students and children, this is an important anecdote, so please allow me to finish it. My intervention could be labeled life on the terrain. During recess, I was speaking with the children, and I asked them if they could share their food with me. And 70% of the children said no. And they said it's because you have food at home. You have your own food. And I was proud of them. I was proud that preschoolers were able to express themselves. This is very important. This is a very important aspect in preschool education, is to allow the child to express themselves and to have their own opinions. And this was my own conclusion that I came to. We are on the right path. We are on the right road. I thanked the teacher. I thanked the institution as a whole. And this is the pathway to reach our objectives. And just one more point is to say about inclusion in the region of Marrakesh Asafi. We have a special experience, which is a collaboration between Association for the Visually Impaired with the Ministry of Education. Therefore, we have visually impaired students in two different grades. There are experiences in real life that should be studied in order to be able to generalize them and spread them nationwide. We are speaking about a child in a special condition or with special needs. Thank you very much, and I wish the best to this initiation. We can still take two more interventions. Mr. Hisham, very succinctly, I really appreciated all the interventions, especially the socio-economical aspect of the studies mentioned. It sheds the light on a very important side of real life. When we come to integrating or implementing some policies, we tend to overlook the social economical status of the individuals we are working with. Some major international organizations seem to overlook this one aspect, and I see that it is not enough to just mention it, but there should be a political and social implications. How can we neutralize this challenge? How can we overcome this socio-economical hurdle and close the gap between classes? You can see that the gap is never closed, it is never filled. At least not completely. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hisham. We will not insist on you. No woman asked a question. It's not Women's Day anyway. I see one very important female figure. Hello, I am a part of IMPS. I have two comments. The first one is preparing the child. How can we measure the preparedness of said child? Should there be an evaluation in the beginning of integrating schools? This is very present in the private sector, but we are proposing something different, which is to take an evaluation at the very end of preschool and based on those results assess the readiness of the preschooler to integrate primary school. And we saw that it was a very good results. And the second point is that we have worked with multiple organizations, including the World Bank, and we saw that the results are the same that you have proposed, that the students that excel in mathematics are usually also excel in reading and in writing and in linguistic subjects. And thank you very much for allowing me to intervene. Thank you for all the intervention. I also suggest to the panelists to give a word of conclusion, and based on those you can answer the questions. Let's start with you. Thank you very much. I believe that over the last couple of
school. We talked about how they best learn, the conditions to set that up in terms of the teacher, in terms of the curriculum, and now we're talking about the transition. I think maybe one thing that we just discussed and the question on testing school readiness, from Tamara's presentation yesterday, if you recall, she said it's important to know why we're testing. So if we're testing to generally understand how ready they are for school, there are a number of different tools that she shared. There's the IDELA tool. There's a few other tools that she shared that we can use. And just to reiterate, it's very important, of course, to understand how ready the child is, but also how ready the school is going to be, because children make a number of transitions in their life from home to preschool, and then from preschool to primary school. And so all these changes need to be kind of carefully considered and designed. And we spoke about the socioeconomic background of children and how that is a constant factor that affects children's development and their ability to learn. And the indicator of a good education system is one that can close that gap and that can take that into account so that the system is ready for all children. So I don't think there was any specific question for me. So I think those are just my reflections and some responses to the answers.
Thank you.
Oui, donc merci beaucoup pour cette question sur les inégalités.
Thank you very much for your question on inequalities. Of course, we are unable to mitigate the inequalities completely. We see that it is all interlinked, that education will offer more job offers to women, which will therefore better the socio-economical status of multiple families, which will positively affect the children eventually. It is a cycle. Globally, when we talked about curriculums, it is difficult to have one set of policies to follow. Therefore, our policies are based on recent research, and we learn from our past mistakes, we learn from our past experiences, and we try to develop curriculums that are more aligned and harmonized with preschool education. But that is not enough. They have to be targeted. The question about the ratio between educator-student, we know that it is costly to have enough staff, especially when we have students in critical or underprivileged situations. Teachers that have been specifically trained to deal with kids in difficult situations are difficult to train. It is costly. And thank you very much. Shukran. Thank you very much. If you allow me to conclude this panel, your comments are welcome. And this initiative is very much welcome, as we have never discussed this transition between preschool education and elementary school. Another point I would like to shed light on is the collaboration on orienting curriculum. It should be a full-time job with a vision specific to preschool education. On scientifically and research-wise, we have all the data we need. I don't want to talk about the details of the research I have mentioned, but there should be implications based on the body of literature that is provided for us. I add that for preschool education, if we take the example of FMPS, they have recruited over 800 educators. We have an educator per 18 students. Therefore, it is almost 10 times. We should take advantage of this advantage, of course. Thank you very much, Mr. Fuad. Before setting you free, I would just like to share with you that while listening to you, Mr. Fuad, he said that it is we need to start on a clean slate and try to do more research and try to train more educators. We should really take into consideration the socio-economical state of students. And the second point I would like to talk about is the importance of building on the findings of studies done by PISA and the data that we have. We need to understand that there is a relationship between the different educational cycles. How can we make this transition successful? You give me the idea that it will not be possible unless we change the governance model, and we should also train and connect the educators from different cycles. I asked the question with the statistics that we have in hand in Morocco. We have two main actors that are statistically integrated in the public sector education. They make 90% of preschool education. We have to harmonize the pedagogies based on the referential framework that has been given to us by the administration. Another point is that we need to change our reasoning and to start training educators. We should integrate integration of artificial intelligence in training and in education. And here I speak specifically about students with special needs, where technology is an important assistance. I say that AI will never replace educators, but it is more of an assistant for them that can help them better and better their curriculum and their methods and pedagogies in the class, which is something we direly need for the future. But we do not talk enough about integration of family. It is important to understand why integrating family is extremely important. Sometimes students are far from school, or they don't have the right resources to be able to attend school. This way we can close the gap in the face of these inequalities. As for the last point I would like to talk about is to... I say this because after reading the report, I would like to congratulate Mr. Hisham for his work. Thank you very much for organizing this seminar. Mr. Fuad has said before that we need to start trying to implement all of these theories in real life. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Mr. Fuad. And we need the address to the restaurants where we're going to have dinner. He will call his accountants. We will have a conclusion in 3 minutes. Do not leave the room, please. You can wait here for a moment. Thank you very much and bravo.
Bonsoir. Bon, je n'étais pas censé retourner ici, mais Madame la Présidente m'a chargé d'animer cette séance.
Good evening. I did not expect to come back here, but Madam President asked me to come back here to do the concluding word. I will now give the floor to Madame Amina Al-Marini, a member of the Council who has accepted to take on this difficult task of concluding our seminar. Thank you very much, Mr. Hisham. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of these very intense 2-day seminar, it appears that it is clear that preschool education is not a simple component or a peripheral one. It is at the heart of our strategic development. It is a conviction and a unanimous conviction that early childhood is not a marginal stage for children, but it is a critical one for the development of students. This is why Mohamed Barqiya, the General Secretary of the National Council of Education, Training and Research, insisted on the importance of integrating preschool education in public sector. And this has been highlighted in many laws and many framework laws on the national level, which makes childhood education at the heart of the public sector education.
And we need to invest on the first years of preschool and to make this phase in particular a pillar to rise up with the human and child rights. It's not only a decision about preschool, however, what are the set of things that are we going to and also to ensure educational justice, which reminds us of the importance and of the challenges of human development and fundamental rights, and it obliges us to have responsibilities inside classrooms and also to have a collective engagement. The communications during the discussions has highlighted the development that have been made by our country, Morocco, and the opportunities that this country have seized, and also the challenges that we are facing, and also highlighted that the challenges are not only quantitative, however, it's qualitative challenges, and we need to have a financial governance, territorial policies, and we need to unite our objectives and to have a optimum educational experience. And we need when we talk about harmonization and to have a coherence, cohesion when it comes to our experiences, educational experiences, and it is on our it's our shared responsibility to have this shared interest to take care and have in the heart of our interest every child with every needs and potential, and it's a very relevant potential, and also to diversify our models, pedagogies, and to implement territorial pedagogies to respond to the child's needs. It would be very beneficial that the child lives a preschool life that guarantees the inclusion of everyone, everywhere, and by all means. I have this very fundamental question. Does preschool is a pre-schooling or a time of development and founding the child's personality? And how Pazek reminded us that the means or the methods in which we learn in early childhood are the manners that we keep on the long run and for our entire life. And now I will say that soft skills in universities are very important, and the research shows that children learn in an active way and develop an impact and impacts their language and the world understanding and their reasoning and also imagination. It's a pedagogy that is adapted to the development of a child. It's a pillar to privilege the children to their own rights and to have a very anticipated participation in the future in the society. And Hisham Ait Mansour highlighted that the practices that favorize children are not absent, however, they're rare. And we need to put the child's interest and the child itself in the center of our practices and approaches. The child should not learn inside the school walls only. However, they should have open spaces to learn, and the preschool must be a space that brings them opportunities, new aspects, and new ways of learning. And of course, this influence must continue and expand to the households to ensure the continuity of the learning and the social experiments. And of course, this is how the community supports the child's development, to have local environments. School and families must be one body that has the interests of the child in its heart. And this takes us to the conclusions that the right of the children's right is a responsibility, a law by law, and is a judiciary responsibility, social responsibility that we all share, and we need to ensure the quality of all spaces and all environments, and to ensure the access for everyone, and to guarantee that the responsibility of the administrations and all the institutions is assumed, and to have budget priorities, and to have equitable rules that are centralized, that centers the interests of the child, and also to make from the preschool a pillar for the development of child development. And we need to consider a child as a future student, because the child is a person that needs to be sensibilized and to raise their awareness and develop their personality. And we need to focalize on child rights and their protection. And we need to acknowledge that right now and right here, as well as the equality in spaces and environments and access to these. This acknowledgement is not an abstract. We need to concretize these acknowledgements, and we need to acknowledge their emotions and provide environments that supports their global development, and that ensures the well-being, their socialization, confidence, and for the child to be able to reply or respond to the requirements. The school curricula is not only about the content, it's also about teaching the child how to develop their personality and how to maintain conversations, high quality conversations. And it's not about simple training and guiding, and however, it's very important that we train and guide their competencies as well, and this job here is really feminized in a context that has been, of course, patronized by a patriarchal hierarchy. underpaid women, under-acknowledged, and of course we know that women are the caregivers naturally and not professionally. And this is a question about gender equality. It's which fragilize the students' rights. We have three responsibilities that are imposing here. We need to have a curricula, a very valid, robust curricula, by training the proper cadres, by the right training system, and we need to have and to acknowledge publicly the strategic characteristic of our own country, and we also have to know that the curricula of preschool learning and education must be based on play-based approaches, and need to engage the children, and this is done by the right, or according to the rights, human rights, and respecting the human rights. And the universality does not mean that we treat all children the same way. However, we need to ensure that that every and each child has been treated, and their needs are being responded the right and according way. People or marginalized children, children who live in rural areas, or poor families, or in situations of special needs or handicaps. And it is very important that we now have to make the principle of equality the main slogan, philosophy of our approaches. The discussions on financing and generalizing the equality is a very major challenge, as highlighted by Saeed Zian. It's not up to the individuals, however, it's upon the system's responsibility as well, because we need more interventions, sacrifices dedicated to fast transformation, as Hisham Aid Mansour highlighted. We have a very fragmented, divided financing, and we are always considering the state as the only guarantee of financing. We need to rectify these social inequalities, and we need to also push for collaboration in national and international collaboration, as Deborah mentioned, El Morabito, Chantal Bipoche, and Stéphane Janet. It's very important, and what they have tackled is that the cadres that are well trained help, and the monitoring and the follow-up training and the use smart use of data, and as well as a coherent approach between the preschool and elementary school is very important, and we need to invest early on the early ages of the child and children in all the categories: special needs, privileged, vulnerable children, as well as handicaps. We need to have equitable financing, and to have a solid capacity, and to have a rise as well, at least 1 point on the average of the percentage, the poverty of learning.
وهذا بمثابة and it is an investment in the future adult, and unfortunately due to the insufficient funding we are facing multiple issues that need our attention in order to give help to families in need and try to close the gap between the different socio-economical gaps. Have converged towards the same results. Preschool education should not be an education in and of itself. It should have for an objective to develop a future student ready for elementary school. The curriculum should be based on what student needs, and it is to be noted that for children, learning is about the process more than it is about the results, and the way they learn when they are allowed to make mistakes, to fail and retry again is essential. Failing and making mistakes at that age is a lesson as an of its own. What we really try to better is to give the right to each child in preschool education. As a conclusion, I would like to say that the real challenge is not just going to school, but to prepare school to receive students. The data that have been provided by the multiple studies show that the effects are very positive, especially when the quality and the quantity are ensured. It is important to give attention to the transition between the two cycles and to change the first 2 grades in elementary school to make them more welcoming to new students. We say that a preschool education should not just be a preparation to elementary school. It's not about academizing preschool education. It's about changing elementary school and making it more welcoming and more prepared and more adapted to receive new students that have been taught autonomy, respect. I believe that continuity will help the school evolve and help them develop themselves, and it is their right to receive preschool education. Children, the success of preschool education should be based on the experiences lived by preschoolers. To conclude, I would like to say that at the heart of this initiative is the child himself. We have seen many inspiring quotes from multiple research done on the topic that show that students are at the heart of our human rights initiative, and preschool education is there to help children develop emotionally, and it is a show of love and self-love as well. And on the other side, preschool education has a political and an ethical aspect to it. It forces us to see the links between the multiple aspects of education and work on them. Mistral has shed the light on the importance of preschool education on the life of students as citizens in a democratic country. And we consider the child, the preschooler, the very heart of our projects and aspirations. And it is a responsibility of society that takes the responsibility to educate preschoolers. Preschoolers that will become part of this society on the long term, after decades even. Therefore, our collective effort is very essential, and it is always better to start from a very young age. Thank you very much for your attention. She has left me alone. Thank you very, very much, Mrs. Maimouni, for this conclusion as a witness of the richness of the interventions that we have seen during this seminar. I thank you very much. This transition from analysis to conclusion is always the hardest part. The quality of the interventions that we have seen during this seminar was impressive. I would thank all of you for your contributions, for those who are here with us physically, who have visited us. And we thank as well the long distance interveners and panelists for participating with us. I would also like to thank the moderators. They were all members of the council, and they played a great role in the success of the seminar. Thank you for our dear audience for participating, for reacting with us. UNICEF, our partner in this journey. We have been on this journey for over 4 years. This partnership is essential, and it is characterized by the fact that all the projects that we have done together is either preceded by a meeting, are always preceded by a meeting to agree, and then followed by an evaluation of quality. Thank you very much, the interpreters who helped us. And I also appreciate sign language interpreters. We seem to overlook them sometimes, but they are always there, and they help us communicate with one another. We try as much as we can to be inclusive and to welcome everyone and to make accessibility much easier. And it helps us widen our horizon. Thank you very much for all those who intervened. And thank you for all those who took notes of the participations today. We have worked closely with the team of UNICEF. Thank you to all the different entities that have made this possible. Thank you to Secretary General for his help and his support all throughout this journey. And I would like to thank him as a researcher himself and his contribution to the body of literature. Last but not least, I would like to thank our president for her leadership, for her help, for her meticulousness, and always pushing us to give our best. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Et merci, Aït Mansour. Merci à vous aussi.